Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu and you're watching W News, broadcasting from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The U.S. considers a blockade on Iran's Karg Island as Trump calls NATO cowards for not helping secure the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump compares Pearl Harbor to strikes on Iran during a meeting with Japan's Prime Minister at the White House. UK health officials confirm cases are continuing to rise as it faces a deadly and unprecedented outbreak of meningitis. President Trump has called NATO cowards for not helping secure the Strait of Hormuz. In a post on Truth Social, the president said it's a simple military maneuver and easy for them to do with little risk. It comes as a report by Axios suggests the U.S. is considering a blockade or even occupying Iran's Karg Island in a bid to put pressure on Iran to reopen the strait. For more on this, I'm joined by spokesman for Republicans overseas, Errol Morcock. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So let's start with this. We're going to start with this question. So we just reported the Trump administration is reportedly considering occupying Iran's Karg Island, which handles most of the country's oil exports. So would that actually break Iran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz?
Not on the Strip, if directly, but certainly it would put them in a very bad situation. 36 years ago, Trump said he would take Karg Island if he was president. So the strategic viability of that island to the Iranian petro infrastructure is critical. So if you were to actually seize it, not just put it out of commission, but actually seize it, now you've taken the crown jewels of the IRGC's war machine. And so there is an incredible, leverage, force multiplier to do so. But in doing so, of course, you would escalate this to a boots on the ground situation, which President Trump has been hesitant to do thus far.
That's right, but because there seems to be different narratives emerging between the U.S. and Israel, particularly around the South Pars gas field we see, and they do appear to be divided when Netanyahu is suggesting now that air power alone isn't enough for regime change. Do you think this could escalate towards a ground operation?
If there was somebody besides President Trump in charge, I would say there was a high chance that the game theory would take you there. But President Trump made a promise to the American people. He made a promise to the American military. And more importantly, he's made a promise, I think, to everybody involved that there will not be escalation of boots on the ground. So using special forces and using tactical strikes, Trump has been very hawkish on strikes, very dovish on large-scale invasions. He also has to worry about the political ramifications of being implied that he's being sort of led into doing things by Israel, which is certainly not the case. Although we do have some correlated objectives, it's clear that we have very different objectives when you see Israel going rogue and hitting those natural gas refineries or some of these other situations. Netanyahu's aims, while they might be admirable for his own objectives, are not exactly congruent with the U.S. in total. So we have to be aware that regime change may not come from the sky, and it may not be what we end up achieving there. And that's not going to be congruent for Bibi Netanyahu, but ultimately President Trump is the American president, and Israel works for us.
And Errol, tell us a bit more. Let's go more into detail about these objectives, because there seems to be different objectives here. Some people say that this is a break in the shared vision, perhaps. So do both countries still want the same outcome when it comes to Iran?
Absolutely. Of course, we would go with the Israeli desired outcome, which is going to be full regime change. The secular government takes hold, the people revolution in the streets, and everybody's singing Kumbaya, and the oil trade is back. The reality of the situation, though, is much more. Maybe we can look at a historical lens. Look at Rome and Carthage. If you go back in history, if you look at Cato or any Roman senator talking about the war between Rome and Carthage, destruction is enough to win a war. It's only the Georgetown School of Foreign Service who seems to think that war encompasses a total redo of somebody's economy, hearts and minds, and all the things that failed in the Middle East. So Donald Trump's objectives are to come in, destroy the credible nuclear threat, make sure nuclear proliferation doesn't occur, knock out the top like 5 levels of their generals, destroy their Navy, Army, and Air Force. And then if that seems like all that we can get, he's willing to go home. And Israel, that's not good enough for them. But again, their objective, while admirable, might not be achievable without the U.S. committing trillions of dollars in 20 years, which we are not going to do.
And there seems to be a different proposal on the long term when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. Netanyahu, we saw him last night, he floated the alternative idea of routes to bypass the Strait of Hormuz, including pipelines through the Middle East, straight to Israeli ports. Do you think that this is a realistic plan?
It's not a realistic plan, but you can't blame Bibi for trying. Certainly nobody's going to build a pipeline directly to Israel and expect that pipeline to be safe from any sort of future problems as well. Most of the Arab world is not exactly keen to run their energy supplies through Israel. Israel gets most of its oil, of course, through pipelines that end up in Turkey and then shipped in there. So you can't blame the Israelis for wanting that or suggesting it, but the idea is ludicrous and not a single Arab nation would agree to it.
And there's been another front to the war added here. The Houthis are reportedly preparing to join Iran in the war against U.S. and Israel. So what would be the implication of this for the region?
I think this would be the start of the daisy chain because, as you've seen, very ineffectively, both the Emirates and to a lesser degree, but somewhat Saudi Arabia in dealing with the Houthis, they do have the capabilities to come in there and do it properly. Just because they didn't deal with them properly the first time doesn't mean they didn't learn from it. Doesn't mean the Saudi and U.S. intelligence didn't figure out where things went wrong, where things could go better. And with the capabilities the Saudis have and with the strong alliance they have and with their new equipment, I think perhaps their involvement in this war would actually be brought about by this Houthi engagement. And certainly this could be a chance for stronger U.S.-Saudi ties as we work to destroy this common enemy.
That was Errol Morcock. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you for having me.
Let's continue this conversation with Swiss MP Guy Metan. Thank you for joining us today.
Yes, thank you to you. I'm happy to be with you from Geneva.
Thank you. So let's start with this question. The Iranian foreign minister spoke by phone with British Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper to discuss the ongoing conflict. Iran warned the UK that allowing U.S. access to its bases will fuel escalation. Do you think that Britain has already perhaps crossed that line?
Yes, what we can see that this war has started as a local war in the first days of the attack from the Israeli and the U.S. forces, and very quickly it became a regional war with the problems with the Hormuz Strait and so on. And now we are in a full war, in a full global war, in the sense, economically speaking, now with the consequences on the price of oil and gas and other, it has become totally global on the economy, let's say, side. On the military, yes, it's also there is a kind of spreading of the conflict to new stakeholders, such as Great Britain, which has already been attacked in the first days of the conflict. You know, you remember this missile attack on the Cyprus British base. Now it's also involving, because everybody knows in Iran, that the UK was supporting Israelis with intelligence, with weapons, and with everything. So now there is a chance, yes, some lines have been crossed, yeah.
And Trump, as we saw, he had some harsh words on his Truth Social for his NATO allies, saying that the fight, he says, is militarily won in Iran with very little risk for them in helping open the Strait of Hormuz. So he goes on to call his NATO allies cowards. Do you think that eventually they'll succumb to the pressure and be dragged into this conflict?
I don't think so, but it's another sign that this conflict is spreading everywhere, because the call of President Trump to the NATO, even the anger of the U.S. president against NATO countries, we were not responding correctly in his mind to his appeal to participate to help him, to help the U.S. Navy to free the passage in Hormuz Strait, shows that yes, NATO is asking to be involved, but the European NATO members don't wish that. Even the more participating country in NATO now in Europe is France, because France has sent his navy there to help. But the French president said, we don't wish to be involved now directly in the conflict, and we will not participate in the Hormuz Strait, let's say, U.S. strategy. So there is a big opposition now in Europe, and I don't think the idea to treat the European NATO members cowards is a good idea to get their participation.
Perhaps it will deter them, but led by the UK, several allies have expressed general support for securing safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. What do you know about this, Guy? Because they haven't committed forces just yet. So what will this assistance look like, perhaps, in the near future?
Well, it's hard to say. In my scene from here, I'm not on the spot, but in my for me, in my vision, I think Iran, the Iranians, they have the cards in their hands because they have the capacity to block the strait, and it will be very hard to free the Hormuz Strait without making a landing there. It could be at Karg Island, it could be in other parts of Iran, but without landing, without, let's say, military invasions of some parts of the straits, it will be impossible to convince Iran to free the straits, the Hormuz. And that's what U.S. doesn't want to do it, because it signify a real war with many U.S. soldiers killed. And for Mr. Trump, just 6 months before the midterm elections, it will be a catastrophic signal to the U.S. citizens, and he will lose these midterm elections if he do it. That's why now the U.S. is in a very bad situation, let's say. So I think now Iran has the cards, and they will play it until the last one.
Do you believe that Iran is spreading their cards all the way to Europe now? Because 2 suspected Iranians have been arrested after attempting to enter a UK nuclear submarine base in Scotland. So what's your take on this? And does this come as a surprise to you that Iran is reaching as far as Scotland at this stage of the war?
Yeah, that's quite possible. That's quite possible. Probably it's not very significant, let's say, in terms of military, or because it's just, let's say, two individuals, But it's a signal, that Iran is giving to UK at first, but to the European countries, that Iran will use any means, any tool against the countries they consider as their enemies. Now the focus is on UK with this event in Scotland, but it could be France tomorrow, or Germany, or any other country. It's just a signal, a warning, a signal, in my view.
Guy Metan, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you to you.
Japan's Prime Minister was forced into a delicate balancing act during her meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump in Washington, sidestepping pressure to expand military support in the Middle East. And Sanae Takaichi also faced an uncomfortable moment in front of reporters at the White House, as Patrick Falk reports.
Very proud of you.
It was a startling remark touching on a deeply sensitive chapter for a key ally. When asked why the US didn't inform Japan about plans to attack Iran, this was President Trump's response.
Because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay?
The reference to World War II appeared to catch Prime Minister Takaichi off guard, her eyes widening briefly in the Oval Office. But she quickly regained her composure. Japan's leader arrived in Washington facing a diplomatic tightrope, pushing back on calls for military support in the Strait of Hormuz while reaffirming the US-Japan alliance. She stressed Japan's role is constrained by its pacifist constitution, but pledged continued logistical and financial support. Economic ties were also in focus, with both sides agreeing to deepen cooperation in semiconductors, energy security and supply chains. There was praise at home for her measured approach.
I was watching very closely to see how the meeting would go and what would come out of it. It sounds like Prime Minister Takaichi conveyed clearly to President Trump what Japan can and cannot do within the Japanese legal framework.
Analysts say the moment highlights a familiar strain as Washington pushes allies to do more while Tokyo remains bound by domestic limits. For now, Takaichi has avoided concrete military commitments while securing progress on economic ties. But with Middle East tensions rising, pressure on Japan is unlikely to fade. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
For more on this, I'm joined by Derek Grossman, Professor of International Relations at the University of Southern California. Thank you for joining us today.
Great to be with you.
So, Derek, let's start with that moment we just reported on when President Donald Trump referenced Pearl Harbor in front of Japan's leader. Did this do anything to distance the Japanese Prime Minister from the U.S., or do relationships remain strong?
Well, she was certainly caught off guard by the off-the-cuff comment that Trump made, and frankly, very insulting and embarrassing comment that he made in reference to Pearl Harbor in World War II. But look, the relationship needs to press on from Takaichi's point of view, and she quickly regained her composure, and the two leaders discussed sensitive issues and came to an agreement, which was basically an agreement that they can disagree, especially on the Strait of Hormuz and Japan sending warships there, and Japan can still secure the U.S.'s commitment to, within the context of the alliance, to help deal with China and to help deal with North Korea. And so I think from that perspective, Tokyo has to look at the meeting as a resounding success. But unfortunately, with a lot of things related to Trump, one comment can basically dominate the headlines and cloud out everything good that happened across the entirety of the meeting.
And Derek, Trump is urging Japan to support security efforts in the Strait of Hormuz. What role is Japan likely to play? You mentioned a bit on it, but let's go more into detail.
Well, Japan, I think, has been clear that sending warships to help counter Iran in the Strait of Hormuz is simply off the table. It's something that can't be legally justified within the Japanese system. Basically, Japan would have to be attacked or somehow involved in the war already in order to do that. But Takaichi knows that Trump wants Japan to do more. And so he was okay with her issuing essentially a fairly vague statement that Japan would try to support where it can and how it can without getting into the specific details. And apparently that was enough to satiate Trump. You know, again, a lot of things related to Trump is relevant to his mood in the moment, right? And it turns out he was in a fairly good mood when they met. And so I guess maybe he let it slide and did not challenge her in public to offer more support. But you see, the issue that I've always felt when looking at these types of situations is that it's day to day. So he was in a good mood today, but maybe tomorrow he won't be. And so it's very unclear how this is going to play out in the future, especially if the war continues to intensify and the U.S. is going to increasingly be in need of the support of allies and partners like Japan to deal with the crisis and the conflict.
And how has the disruption in the Strait of Hormuz significantly impacted Japan's energy security right now?
Well, so for now, I think Japan is able to weather the storm, but the longer this drags on, the more dire their energy security becomes. As we've heard many times since the closure of or partial closure of the Strait of Hormuz, approximately 20% of the world's oil transits through there. So of that, Japan is highly dependent on its oil. It's something to the tune of, I believe, 90%. But there's strategic petroleum reserves. There are other means to trade oil on the market, right? So the true effect, right, has not fully taken effect yet, but I think the longer this drags on, you're going to see that. And one of the interesting things that's come about as a result is, and I've talked about this in other places, there's now a hub and spoke model of oil distribution. So those countries who are able to get their flagged ships through the Strait of Hormuz, such as India, right, are now redistributing that oil to other countries, probably at a higher price, right? So Bangladesh, for example, has asked India to send some oil, right? So this is kind of the new norm that we're dealing with.
So we also saw during this meeting, President Donald Trump publicly backed Japan and signaled he'll speak Japan's praises ahead of talks with Xi Jinping. So is this likely to infuriate China, who sees Takaichi and her winning the election as a threat to regional peace?
Well, so China is always going to view someone in Japan who is more kind of conservative and more nationalistic as a threat, and that dates back to World War II. But at the same time, I think Takaichi has also been quite consistent in talking about China, in talking about Taiwan, and in prioritizing the relationship with the United States. And so, frankly, I haven't seen any major departures in Japanese foreign policy toward China, but China, I think, is concerned about what might come around the bend here as Takaichi continues to gain influence within the Japanese system. They just had, elections recently, and she won in a landslide. Her party, the Liberal Democratic Party, won in a landslide, right? So I think the Chinese are worried about her increasing prominence and power within the system and what that could mean going forward.
And Derek, in the latest report, we also saw that the Pentagon is now seeking about $200 billion further to fund the Iran war. So does this signal a longer and more costly war than expected?
Well, I mean, the Pentagon certainly is signaling that, yes, we are going to need more money to continue to prosecute the war. But the big question mark is whether Congress will pay for it. We've already seen Republicans, some of whom are part of Trump's MAGA base, say that they are not going to support additional funding, let alone $200 billion in funding for this war that we shouldn't have been in to begin with, right? And we should really be focused on the issues most pertinent to improving life in America, right, for the working class, and that this war doesn't really support those objectives. So if the president's base is already having serious qualms, then you can imagine, what it's going to be like to get some of the Democrats on board, or others who have been wary of Trump on board, right? So this is going to be a long haul, and right now it seems like it's dead on arrival in Congress.
That was Derek Grossman. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. The Hollywood action star and martial artist Chuck Norris has died. The 86-year-old was known for starring in the action crime series Walker, Texas Ranger, and the martial arts film The Way of the Dragon, which also starred Bruce Lee. In a statement posted on Instagram, his family said they announced his death with heavy hearts. The personal attorney of the billionaire pedophile Jeffrey Epstein has told Congress he had no knowledge whatsoever of his client's wrongdoing. The U.S. House Oversight Committee called Darren and Dyke, who managed Epstein's legal affairs and estates, for questions as part of its investigation into the late financier's crimes. Multiple people have been injured during a Delta Airlines flight from Los Angeles to Sydney after it was hit by turbulence. An airline spokesperson said 4 flight attendants were injured and no passengers were hurt. The New South Wales Ambulance Service said it assessed 5 patients in total and took 3 to hospital with minor injuries. A commemorative gold coin with the picture of President Donald Trump on it has been approved in America. The 24-karat gold coin is set to mark America's 250th birthday this 4th of July. Federal law does not normally allow a living president to appear on U.S. currency. Health authorities in the UK have confirmed the cases of meningitis have risen again as the country faces an unprecedented outbreak of the infection, which can be deadly. There's now at least 29 suspected cases and 2 people have died. The outbreak started in Kent, where university students have been queuing for hours in order to get vaccinated. For more on this, I'm joined by pharmacist and health expert Thorin Govin. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Yes, it's too early to say if this outbreak has peaked at the moment, but it has been a cause for concern for those particularly in the Kent area. Meningitis, many of us may know that as that rash, which is non-blanching, and I think the real key point is we're encouraging messaging is to just focus on those good hygiene routines, and people are also coming forward for their vaccinations as well in the Kent area in particular.
And Thorin, there have been more than 4,000 meningitis jabs that have been given and over 10,000 antibiotics that have also been handed out. So does that indicate that containment efforts are actually working?
Well, look, as you say, this is unprecedented. Meningitis can be viral or bacterial. Bacterial cases tend to be rarer, but when we do experience them, they can have more consequences. So the fact that so many people are coming forward, as has been requested by the NHS for their meningitis B vaccine, which is the strain that this outbreak is about, is very positive. But I think we're just urging people not to panic at the moment and to consider the health messaging out there and really to work with healthcare professionals.
And should Europe be concerned about a wider spread beyond Kent?
No, I don't think Europe should be concerned. I think in the sort of Kent area, and obviously there have been some close contacts of those who have experienced this. So just in terms of how meningitis is spread, it's spread through prolonged close contact. So things like sharing saliva, in terms of sharing cutlery, it can be spread by coughing and sneezing, but it has to be that prolonged close contact. So I think for right now, here and now, we should all be doing those basic hygiene measures that we all learnt through COVID, washing our hands and also covering our mouths when we cough or sneeze. But we're not talking about a COVID situation here. This is in a relatively small area, and it is being dealt with.
And following the death of an 18-year-old, there are also calls to vaccinate teenagers and young adults who should this eligibility be expanded at a quicker rate right now? Okay, so
at a young age, children, babies, are given meningitis B vaccine, but up until at the moment now, there is no routine meningitis B, for example, for those who are a teenager. What we are looking at here at the moment is some vaccines are being provided in that Kent area, and the focus has been on making sure that vaccine availability is there for that area. But some vaccines have been released for people to access privately from pharmacies. Right now, I can't say I'm assured that is perhaps the right approach. I think we need to target those vaccines where they're most needed in that Kent area.
And Thoran, do authorities understand why this strain spread so rapidly in Kent, and what factors are actually driving the transmission?
I think this is very much a quick response that has happened. We're learning more about this all the time. What I would say is people seem surprised at how fast authorities have reacted. But if you think we've had a blueprint of this is not a new, meningitis is not a new disease that we are dealing with. So that means there is an understanding of it. Just in terms of vaccines and how vaccines work, with this vaccine, it's almost like giving the body an example of the actual bacteria. And then if you experience the bacteria, your system kicks in a lot sooner. So the vaccine sort of trains the body so that if you experience meningitis, you're more likely to be able to deal with it. I think that's the best way of explaining how these vaccines and many vaccines work.
And Thoran, for our general knowledge, what are the early symptoms that the public should be watching for, and how quickly can they actually escalate to a serious case of meningitis?
I think, again, it's that vigilance is absolutely what we need to be focusing on here. If you trust your instincts and if it doesn't feel right, then make sure you seek urgent medical attention. So symptoms of meningitis are things like a high temperature, cold hands and feet, vomiting, confusion. Some people may have spots or a rash, and that can be harder to see on brown or black skin, for example. So I think it's just about being mindful and making sure that if you are concerned, it's better to ask for support and advice from your healthcare professional. But meningitis can be serious, and so it's important that we get people to access healthcare treatment as soon as possible.
Thoran Govin, thank you so much for joining us. Let's take a look at the top business news. Tesla is looking to buy equipment worth around $3 billion from Chinese suppliers to manufacture solar panels and cells. The tech firm's CEO, Elon Musk, said the venture would add 100 gigawatts of solar capacity in the U.S. by using raw materials by 2028. A trio linked with a U.S. technology supplier have been charged over a ploy to smuggle hundreds of American artificial intelligence chips to China. The Department of Justice found that the highly coveted NVIDIA semiconductors were one of the goods shipped through third-party countries like Malaysia before reaching China from 2023. Turning to sport now. One of Iran's top soccer players, Sardar Azmoun, has been expelled from the national team for an alleged act of disloyalty to the government. According to Iranian media, he upset authorities after posting a picture on his Instagram of a meeting with Dubai's ruler. This occurred after Iran launched rockets and drone attacks on the UAE following airstrikes by the U.S. and Israel. And finally, Audi team principal Jonathan Wheatley has been approached by Aston Martin to lead their Formula One team. Wheatley's departure would amount to the third management restructure at Audi F1 in less than 2 years. The current team principal, Adrian Newey, has now moved to the design department. A reminder of our top stories. The U.S. considers a blockade on Iran's Karg Island as Trump calls NATO cowards for not helping secure the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump compares Pearl Harbor to strikes on Iran during a meeting with Japan's Prime Minister at the White House. UK health officials confirm causes are continuing to rise as it faces a deadly, unprecedented outbreak of meningitis. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Goodbye.
Our allies
in many cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother says new autopsy details coming in February will prove Epstein was murdered, not a suicide. Epstein, the convicted sex offender, died in his New York jail cell on August 10th, 2019, while awaiting trial. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His brother Mark Epstein identified the body and has questioned the ruling ever since.
What does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government.
Mark claims there's evidence of murder. He even hired former NYC chief medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, who said the injuries point to homicide rather than suicide.
Never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
Despite Mark's claims, the FBI and DOJ reported in June 2023 that there was no credible evidence of foul play. Still, Mark doubled down in a January 9th interview with News Nation, saying more autopsy facts will be released in February that prove it, insisting the injuries didn't match the way his brother was found hanging. Mark has also claimed Jeffrey told him he had compromising information on powerful figures, including Donald Trump during the 2016 election, allegedly enough to cancel the election. In a recent December 2025 interview with Chris Cuomo, Mark went even further, suggesting Trump could have been involved in his brother's death.
You really believe that Donald Trump is capable of having your brother murdered to spare himself embarrassment?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
From meeting him years ago and just watching his performance the last 20 years. He doesn't seem to have a limit on what he would do to help himself.
Now, a vocal critic of the Justice Department's investigation, Mark says he won't show his face publicly due to safety concerns. His continued claims and the promised new autopsy details are reigniting debate and conspiracy theories surrounding one of the most controversial deaths in recent history.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Now, as Saudi Arabia continues to invest heavily in infrastructure, manufacturing and trade corridors, the ability to move goods efficiently across borders has become more critical than ever, making logistics absolutely central to the kingdom's economic transformation. We're going to find out more now about GWC, a major logistics and supply chain solutions provider, expanding its footprint across the region, including with significant new facilities in Jeddah and soon in Riyadh as well. Well, Matthew Cairns is the CEO of GWC. We can cross to him now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Matthew. Could I just start by asking you to tell us in your own words, what is GWC and what exactly do you do?
So GWC is a GCC-based logistics service provider with a real end-to-end service offering across the full value chain. We've been around just over 20 years now, with 4 million square meters of logistics facilities across the GCC. We operate at all the core markets, and we're looking to grow now as we sort of substantially expand beyond the state of Qatar.
Okay, and obviously Saudi Arabia very much at the heart of the transformation that's underway right across this region. Tell us why the kingdom's so important for you at GWC.
Absolutely. It is an integral part. You know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is really the anchor, if you like, of the region. It's the by largest market for us and obviously everyone else. And for us, as we service our customers, we recognize that we really need to develop a solution into the kingdom. I'm very pleased to say that quite recently we've just opened our first facility in Jeddah. We're just about to open up in Riyadh as well within the first half of this year. And what that really allows us to do is continue to develop those services that I mentioned across the rest of the region and really start to bring them to the bear for the customers that we have in the kingdom.
Okay, let's talk a bit about some of your plans and projects that are supporting growth and growth of emerging industries in the region. What can you tell us on that front?
For us, I think one of the big things that we're sort of doing right now when it comes to the regional expansion, most focused on Saudi as well, is our e-commerce offering. Just in the last half of 2025, GWC acquired a stake in a company called Quivo, a strategic acquisition that gives us the capability to service customers, the small and medium-sized enterprises that are moving into the e-commerce industry, to help them grow and enable that scalability. And as I say, with the offering that we're bringing to Jeddah and Riyadh, it allows sellers to then offer that not just in the kingdom, but across the region. So really giving you a pan-regional offering. That's one of the big areas. Beyond that, I think the other area that I would speak to is our fine arts logistics. This is another area that GWC has a real depth and strength in. We're ISAFAT registered as one of the only in the region, and we're building a really, I'd say, comprehensive offering. We have the facilities up and running now in Riyadh. We also have our operations, obviously, in Qatar, but also in the UAE as well.
Okay, I mean, Matthew, it sounds like GWC is having a really busy time of it. Lots happening, especially this expansion into Saudi Arabia. Let's talk about your performance. How are you doing and what's driving the growth?
We announced our full year results for 2025 with net profits of 120 million. We saw a really strong uptake in Q4 of last year. We saw some challenging trends as it relates to global trade last year, a lot of tariff impacts and those sorts of things when it comes to our freight business, but we remain cautiously optimistic when it comes to some of the relaxing of those impacts in the region. It also presents a lot of opportunities for us in terms of customers coming from other regions and basing themselves in the GCC. As we grow, like our core focus is on offering, as I mentioned, those services that we've developed in Qatar over all those years into our GCC markets with a special focus into Saudi, and how we can really enable that for our customers. So we remain positive in our outlook for the business this year. We will expect to see further growth, and we're forecasting that with our teams and to our shareholders.
Yeah, but presumably quite hard to forecast at the moment. And I expect you've had a couple of tense moments over the last few weeks and months, given regional tensions. I mean, what sort of impact has that all been having on your bottom line?
So as I mentioned, some of the headwinds that we see, they're predominantly focused into the freight logistics part of the business as it relates to moving goods around the world. Inevitably, you have these sorts of macro headwinds that you have to deal with. As I said, for us, with the absence of external drivers, the critical thing that we're really looking at is how we can service our customers in a more holistic way. So being able to service them not just in specific product sectors, but across their entire supply chain needs. And we believe that's a real differentiator. That's something that GWC is able to do quite specifically as compared to our competitors in the region, and really being that partner to enable them for growth. It's to do it so in an easy way, to navigate the hurdles, if you like, of setting up and growing across this region. We've developed a lot of capabilities there that we really believe are distinguishing factors for us as a group compared to others.
Okay, let's turn our attention to sort of the broader GCC. I mean, how do you see the region evolving as an economic bloc?
Obviously, there's a lot of activity when it comes to normalization of trade amongst the region. Also, some of the major industrial developments, if you like, some of the rail networks, for example. I see, with the expansion of time, a more interconnected system across the GCC. We would dearly love to see, even more integration, if you like, with respect to regulatory and environment, moving goods between borders and doing so in a more seamless fashion. But I think if you look back over the last 10 years, there's been huge progress, and we expect that to continue. So when we develop our strategy and we think about how we can service our customers, it's with that mindset in the frame. It's how do we build solutions that really scale across that region, knowing that it will become more interconnected with time, leveraging really the critical infrastructure points that we have access to. We're very fortunate, for example, here in Qatar to have access to one of the best ports, not only in the region but globally. And how do we turn that access into capabilities, not just here in Qatar but also in the kingdom and beyond?
Okay, and just lastly, I wanted to ask you, I mean, logistics is something we often associate with efficiency, and I'm wondering how your view of innovation has evolved over the years.
So again, recently I was asked one of these very similar questions, and I think my answer would be it's evolved with time. And I think it would be remiss of me not to talk about perhaps AI and the phase of adoption that we're in right now. When people think about logistics, you're right, it's always about how can we do things more efficiently and with a lower spend. At the same time, that whilst that's still true, one of the things that we've really started to notice and are moving towards in terms of our adoption is how that technology and those systems can enable customers to serve their customers better, not just in terms of the spend that they have with ourselves, but how they can then grow their capabilities for their own customers, and insights in terms of the patterns of consumption, the trade moves that they make, when they make them, the inventory planning, supply chain planning. These are the kinds of systems that we're moving into now to give more capability into the hands of the customers to service their customers better, not just purely on, more efficient trucks on the road, fuller warehouses. That will always be the case, but really moving beyond that and giving that capability into the hands of the customer is our core focus this year.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. The CEO of GWC, Matthew Cairns, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Well, we're joined now by Konstantinos Deligiannis, who is the GE Healthcare Regional Head. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on The Real Deal. First of all, can you tell us a bit about GE Healthcare's presence in Saudi Arabia?
Yes, GE Healthcare is present for more than 80 years in Saudi Arabia. So we are a major contributor in the healthcare system upgrade all these years in the country. We have now more than 230 employees. We are very proud of the team we have there, a very capable and skilled team. And we are part also, we play a critical role in the Saudi Vision 2030 for healthcare service of the next century, actually.
How much of an opportunity does the healthcare sector in Saudi Arabia represent to GE Healthcare?
I think that Saudi Arabia is a unique case globally. It's during the transformation for the Saudi Vision 2030 agenda, Saudi is becoming a real beacon, a global beacon of new healthcare services and new models of delivery of healthcare services. So in that context, it's not only the market, if I may say, itself, it's more of what pioneering model we can, together with the government and the private and the public sectors, we can come together to apply for the first time globally. And this is the major importance in Saudi Arabia. The government is very open to changes. Actually, I have to say, Tom, that when I first came in Saudi, I was really surprised by this country. I think that Europeans, we don't have a right picture of what Saudi Arabia is. We believe that we are really in Europe very prone of changes and modernizations. But if you come to Saudi, you realize that Saudi Arabia is really the country of changes and modernization and not Europe. So a lot of things are happening in Saudi, and healthcare is a major part, a focal part in this.
Okay, so as you say, these public-private partnerships in Saudi Arabia are really important. They're accelerating across the kingdom. And you're saying that basically GE Healthcare has a really important role supporting this transformation of the Saudi healthcare sector.
It's our technology, exactly. It's our technology that's in the core of this piloting partnership between public and private sector. I have to say that globally, there is no formula how these two pillars of the healthcare system can collaborate. So usually one is detrimental to the other. In Saudi, it's a unique case where the two sectors are collaborating in the best way. So we see that healthcare imaging services are now run in major hospitals by private operators, who also run the primary healthcare centers that are satellite to these major hospitals. And the technology of GE Healthcare, the clinical expertise of our people who train the users, the technical support is a major part in the best performance of this pilot program.
Doing my research, I was reading about how, the goal is to have a more digital, integrated healthcare ecosystem. And I'm wondering, what does that mean for a patient?
A lot of things. So we have to go a bit back and see how healthcare system was in the past and still is in many cases, in most of the cases. A patient was intersecting with facilities, with doctors at different points of his lifetime. Data was created at every such intersection. The data was here and there. So at no point any patient has a total registry of what he or she has done during his or her lifetime in healthcare facilities and with clinicians. With digitization, everything comes around the patient. So the patient sits in the center of this ecosystem. The data is integrated in his registry, in his file, and decisions, and that's a real part, that's the real benefit for the patients, decisions can be taken by clinicians in a much faster and much more confident way.
Right, so presumably that translates into measurable and better outcomes for the patients, does it?
Exactly, this is it. The idea is a value-based, outcome-based healthcare system. So the patient is much more confidently referred to the next steps. Decisions have much less error in their own capability. And finally, we have recoveries, we have better outcomes, we have better productivity in the society. Everything is beneficial.
Where is GE Healthcare investing most heavily, in particular in Saudi Arabia?
So since we are talking about digitalization, I have to say that part of the Saudi Vision 2030 is a very ambitious plan for digitization of the healthcare services. And I'm really proud that my team, our company in Saudi, are again a protagonist in this. We have several projects, mega projects of digitization of such of healthcare system. One is the National PACS, Picture Archiving Communication System in Saudi, which brings together the imaging backbone of every patient's diagnostic examinations so that they are accessible and they can really be securely and instantly shared across any cluster. We have the Tele-ICU project, which is a globally unique project. It's the first time that we connect 60 hospitals almost, more than 300 beds of ICU. The data of the patients are connected, digitized, so they can more efficiently handle it, monitored, and decisions can be again faster and of better quality. And plus, this will give a big benefit to the rural and remote areas. We have the cardiology digitization program, where we connect more than 25 departments of cardiology across the country. A lot of things are happening. Saudi is moving very fast in a connected care era, where, as we said in the beginning, patients will be in the center of ecosystem, linking facilities, technologies, clinicians, and data, all this to the benefit of faster and better quality clinical decision making.
I'm surprised I haven't heard you say artificial intelligence yet in this conversation, because, of course, that's an area in which Saudi Arabia is investing very heavily. How is AI improving and changing the healthcare sector?
I didn't mention it because I was sure it will be mentioned. So I think it's the next big thing in healthcare. It's already happening. Actually, we have to be proud also in the healthcare industry because it's one of the major, if not the first industry that AI is so heavily applied. A lot of things can be facilitated by AI. It does not, first of all, let's clear that it does not replace the clinicians. It's not about removing doctors from a system that we don't have, by the way. It's about helping them be more efficient. So before I say a couple of things for AI, let me say, Tom, that one of the main global challenges everywhere on the planet is the lack of doctors. We don't have enough medical professionals. And why is that? First of all, it's intrinsic. Not a lot of young people become doctors. It's very heavy studies. It takes a long time to get active and productive. So it's not really an appealing sector. And the second is that the demographics. I mean, healthcare follows demographics. The population is growing, aging is growing, and chronic diseases are more and more coming in our lives. So all this create a very explosive, let's say, cocktail for healthcare. Now with AI, we can do a lot of things to make this lighter for the existing number of doctors we have. So one is AI can prioritize cases, can triage examinations, and prioritize cases to urgent and non-urgent. It can really create the next step, the protocols for the next steps, and the exam routing for the patients. It can reduce the missed findings in scans and exams that are of high volume. A lot of things to help the doctors, the existing doctors that we have, concentrate in complex cases where they will have a clarity of mind and mental focus. So that's one example. Other examples, which are also relevant to what we are doing at G Healthcare, is embedding AI technology in the scanning process so that our scanners, an MR scanner, a CT scanner, can become much faster, or they can have a much better resolution, leading to what we refer to in the industry as precision imaging.
Right, so multiple ways you've already described there, and I can think of others as well, like diagnostics and pathology, where AI is making the doctors that we have, and you said there's a shortage of them, more efficient and essentially giving them better visibility. Does that sort of roughly sum it up?
Better visibility and speed. Speed is very important. Everywhere there are queues. And you know something, Tom? I don't see any difference between the healthcare challenges that a country like in Africa, let's say, somewhere in a remote location is facing because there is a lack of facilities, with the challenge that a modern European country is facing because there is a facility, but the queuing to do an MR exam is 2 or 3 months. It's the same thing. So AI can help on the speed also.
Right, and that ties up into my final question because, of course, prevention is a big part of the Vision 2030 pillar that relates to healthcare, prevention of illness. And I'm just wondering where you see GE Healthcare playing a part in meeting the targets there and achieving that goal.
We play a part by intrinsically. This is our strategy. This is our core business. Healthcare is moving away from the hospitals. It's becoming more a situation where we would like to have prognostics, or we would like to have early diagnosis. So it's going more to be the role of primary healthcare centers is going to be more protagonistic. The role of implementing, for example, in oncology, screening programs is going to be really fundamental. And this is what the company does. We have, let's say, for example, we have breast screening examples, best practices across the globe that we can share with a lot of countries, and we discuss also in Saudi. Breast screening is vital. We know that it reduces the mortality critically. So a lot of things can happen with early diagnosis, and that's just one example.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Kostas Deligiannis, the president of Eurasian African Growth Markets at GE Healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you.
This place might control the future. Welcome to Greenland. So what's hidden here that everyone wants? At first it looks empty, just ice, snow, nothing happening, but even the name is misleading. Greenland's around 80% covered in ice. Sources say it was named over 1,000 years ago by a Viking called Eric the Red, who wanted to attract settlers, so he called it Greenland to make it sound more appealing. Basically the world's first real estate marketing trick. But today, the real value isn't the name, it's what's under the ice. Greenland holds massive reserves of rare earth minerals, lithium, uranium, copper, and even iron, the same materials used in electric cars, smartphones, renewable energy, and modern weapons. In other words, Greenland isn't empty, it's a warehouse of the future. Now, here's the bigger question. What happens as the Arctic melts? New shipping routes are opening across the top of the world, linking Asia, Europe, and North America. Russia is already developing and using northern Arctic routes to move exports between Europe and Asia. And China is investing in Arctic trade with Russia to find shorter alternatives to traditional routes. That puts Greenland right in the middle of future global trade. Then there's politics. Greenland belongs to Denmark, but it governs itself and could one day become independent. The United States already have a major military base there used for missile detection and space surveillance. So what if the US controlled Greenland? It would control critical minerals. It would sit on the world's next trade highways, and it would gain a permanent military position between America, Europe, and Russia. So Greenland isn't just ice, it's resources, it's leverage, it's power. And that's why this frozen island might end up shaping the future of global politics. Greenland was never green with grass, it was green with value. Future may prove it was the most accurate name Eric the Red could have chosen.
Welcome back. Now, the US-Israeli war on Iran is now entering its third week, and after 17 days of fighting, there is still no clear end in sight. Well, with Israel signaling plans for at least several more weeks of fighting and global energy markets and regional security increasingly at risk, the question now is how might this war escalate and what would it actually take to bring it to an end? Well, let's get the military perspective. We can bring into the conversation Joseph Votel, who is a retired four-star general and commander of US Central Command, CENTCOM, who joins us from Minnesota. General Votel, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Good to be with you, Tom. Thanks.
As far as you understand it, where does this campaign stand right now? And are the US and Israel achieving their objectives?
Yeah, well, the campaign is proceeding, as we've seen in the opening days and in the subsequent 2+ weeks here. The U.S. and Israel have largely been focused on removing Iran's military capability to project power beyond their borders. And that's really been focused heavily on the missile capability and everything associated with that, to include command and control and launch sites and all the other things that are necessary to make that system go, as well as at their drone capabilities and the Navy and other things they do. And I think by anybody looking at there's been a measure of success in reducing those to a very, very significant level. That said, there's still capability left. We are continuing to see some missiles that are coming from Iran. We are certainly continuing to see drones that are coming from Iran. So what the campaign is doing now is is continuing to keep that military pressure on, but I think trying to focus much more on removing those remnant capabilities that the Iranians have that they are continuing to use to attack countries in the Gulf and certainly attack U.S. And Israeli interests in the region. So that's where I think we are right now with the military campaign continuing. No definitive time for finishing that, but certainly focused on trying to bring this to a conclusion.
I mean, there are some pundits out there and some military analysts we've spoken to who've suggested that they detect a bit of shifting of the goalposts. They seem to be saying that the goals have evolved somewhat since the first days of the war. Is that something you've detected?
Well, I think one of the challenges that we have had with this is articulating what the end states, the policy end states are that we're looking for. And from my perspective, after hearing a number of things, I think it's clear that the United States, our administration wants kind of a defanged regime in place, one that is capable of doing what it needs to do within Iran, but not being a threat to the neighbor. No ability for them to, use military power beyond their borders, and certainly no nuclear weapons. And so I think those, if you look at those as kind of being the things that I surmise as being the objectives, then that's kind of where we're focused. Certainly the president has a very unique way of communicating, so there's a lot out there in the information space right now. So I still think we are largely focused around those three things.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that major U.S. military operation on Karg Island, which is Iran's main oil export terminal. And I was wondering, what was the military significance of that operation, General?
Well, I think the military significance of that is, is sending a very clear message to the Iranian regime that we understand how their system operates, and that we have the means to do the things that we need to. And so I think the targeting of that was very deliberate in terms of focusing on military-related targets on the island and not going after the oil infrastructure. So again, I think as we've seen with the whole buildup of our forces in the region over the last several months, is a lot of these military activities are designed to not only accomplish some military objectives, but also to very clearly message the regime, and in doing so, create more pressure on them.
And in terms of stopping the Iranian missile and drone attacks on GCC countries, I'm just wondering, from a military standpoint, I know you've touched on this already slightly, but what do you actually have to do? What needs to be done to stop these attacks? Well,
first and foremost, we need to make sure that our partners stay engaged in this, and the Gulf countries, in my estimation, I think have been doing a pretty good job of protecting themselves and using the resources they have to do that. Some have gone through, there's no doubt about that, and that's going to happen in any situation, but I want to establish that. So we got to make sure they continue to get interceptors and the other things that they need to sustain their systems, and that they're continuing to maintain a high level of readiness. So first thing we got to do is protect ourselves. The second thing I think is we have to, and I suspect we are doing that, is our whole targeting cycle has to take into consideration where these attacks are coming from, how they're being enabled, where they're being ordered from. And much like we do with terrorist networks, we have to deconstruct that network that is supporting those. That's going to be difficult. Not impossible, but it is hard, because the preponderance of attacks are now coming from drones and much less from missiles. Drones are highly mobile; they're easy to conceal. They can be launched from a larger variety of locations, and so that makes them just that much more difficult to effectively target. But we've got to dial down into that from a military standpoint and do everything we can to defeat that threat where it exists. So I see those kind of things as kind of the main things we ought to be doing right now.
And General Votel, do you think that perhaps at the outset there was perhaps a set of assumptions made by Washington and by the Israelis that Iran would capitulate more quickly. Do you think perhaps, therefore, those, if they existed, that those assumptions were slightly misjudged?
Well, I'm not privy to any assumptions that our administration made, or that certainly that they made with the Israelis. I do believe that we expected to see a more dramatic effect from the initial set of strikes that largely decapitated the leadership in Iran, and that would cause chaos and would put a lot of pressure on them and try to bring them back to some place where they would negotiate in better faith, or more publicly declare their intentions to stop pursuing nuclear weapons or being a threat across the region. And of course, that has not happened. I do think one of the things that's important for people to recognize in my country and certainly in others here is that for the Iranian regime, this is existential. And so we should expect that they are going to react in such a way, in a way that they are going to have, do everything they can to resist to this. So whether we misjudge that or not, I'm not really in a position to make a determination of that. But I would just say we are where we are here, and the remnants of the regime in the form that it is right now is continuing to fight back.
Okay, now a lot of attention on the Strait of Hormuz the last few days. President Trump calling on allies to help to secure that essential waterway. What would a viable military plan to take back control of that strait, what would it look like?
Well, it would certainly include Navy ships, maritime vessels that would actually escort tankers in and out of the Straits of Hormuz so they can get to their location. So that's kind of what most people think of. But in addition to that, against a threat like we've been talking about here, where they can launch missiles, where they can do other things, we have to make sure that things like air superiority are in place. We need to make sure that there's surveillance in place. We need to make sure that there's fire support capabilities that can suppress threats as they're identified along the shore. And then, of course, we have to have things to ensure that the waterway through which these vessels are going to move are safe. So we have to have minesweepers or unmanned surface vessels that can get out and confirm that the areas to which these ships will be transiting, ours and as well as these tankers, can be safe and can accomplish that. So there's a lot that's involved in an operation like this, and I think switching from what we've been doing now, targeting to going to that, I think is a pretty big shift, because in many ways some of the resources we're using now are the ones that will be used for that. So it's a comprehensive operation. It's not one that we just can turn on very, very quickly. It takes time to plan. It takes time to coordinate. We have to work with the carriers and with our partners as they provide some resources to pull all this together.
And just listening to what President Trump's been saying during the course of the weekend, I mean, suggesting that NATO allies, European powers really need to get involved and support the United States. And they don't seem to want to do that. They seem to be saying, actually, this isn't NATO's war. This isn't an Article 5 issue, because, in fact, it was the United States that attacked Iran and not the other way around. Is that assessment correct, do you think?
Well, I'm not going to get into the politics of what the president is doing here. I would just say this from my own experience, that building coalitions, especially military coalitions, is a deliberate process, and it starts with involving people from the very beginning and making sure that their voices are heard, they have input into the plans, they have bought into what we're doing, they agree with the objectives, and when you do that, then you have a much greater opportunity to create an effective coalition of military partners that can work together and are focused on the same objectives. We're not at that point right now, obviously, and so many of the things that are fundamental to building coalitions have not been in place, and so we're having to recreate all that at this time. So I'm not surprised by some of the reactions that we've seen here, but building a coalition, again, like most things, it takes effort. And we shouldn't take people for granted that they're just going to come into things. They have their own national interests and other things that they're looking after, and so all of those things will come back to have to come back and be addressed. Clearly, this is it is a little difficult, I think, to draw a direct connection to NATO. Certainly, a number of the Western countries that are parts of NATO have interest in this area and are dependent upon the resources that come out of here, as are a number of Asian countries as well. So it's a kind of a non-standard coalition, which I guess even highlights the greater importance of pre-planning and coordination before we can effectively do something.
I want to ask you about Iran's nuclear material. We don't know exactly what they have. We don't know where it is. I don't know what your thoughts are as to what their nuclear capabilities are in terms of what they managed to enrich when they still had a program before the US attacks. But what are the risks of that not being tracked down and secured?
Yeah. So my assessment, at least what I've read and have heard here, is that Iran has about 450 kilograms, give or take, of 60% highly enriched uranium. This is uranium that is very, very much on a path to being weaponized. It requires a little bit more work, but that can be done relatively quickly. So that, I think, is of some concern here. And I think, as many have pointed out here, at the conclusion of this, we don't want Iran to have that type of material. So what are we going to do about that? Most of that I think, assess is buried under the debris from earlier strikes. I don't know that there's any credible evidence to suggest that's been moved. It could have been. We may not have seen everything that happened here, but I think our intelligence communities are paying very, very close attention to understand it. So then what do you do about this? People sometimes jump to the fact that we could do a military operation. And could we do that? Yes, we could. We have forces that can deal with this. But like we've been talking with some of these other operations, like the Straits of Hormuz or Karg Island or whatever it happens to be here, these are significant operations. Being able to project land power, even a special operations team, well into Iran to go into these locations where they would have to assess, they would have to move through a lot of debris to get to this material. And again, this is hazardous material. You just don't grab it. It's got to be packaged. It's got to be prepared. And then we have to bring all of that back out. And that's not something that's going to be done in a single period of darkness. It's going to take time. It's going to take days, maybe longer than that. So we're going to have a force on the ground that is looking at that. They're going to have unique capabilities like explosive ordnance disposal. They may have to have some equipment to help them, tunnel through the debris to get to these kinds of materials. There'll have to be some kind of security force in place. There'll have to be air cover over the top of it to protect us. And then we'll have to be able to sustain it for a period of time. And then we've got to get it in and get it all back out. So what I'm painting for you, Tom, is a pretty big picture of what that might happen. Another alternative might be to rely on the international community. At some point in the future, is use the International Atomic Energy Commission, organization who has responsibility for recovering and doing this, and perhaps they could go in with maybe at least the acquiescence of the Iranian government, perhaps with some military support from us or maybe another third party that would go in and recover that in a more permissive or semi-permissive environment that will allow that material to be moved someplace where it can be accounted for and safeguarded, and give the United States and the international community the confidence that the material has been removed from that area. So there's a variety of options here. It really depends on the situation, depends on how much risk you want to take, and how quickly we need that done.
Yeah, and General Votel, what you described there sounds a little bit like boots on the ground in a limited and highly specialized capacity. But that really is something that the Trump administration has sounded absolutely loath to do, to deploy troops on the ground. I mean, do you think that still stands? Do you think not having boots on the ground is still the preferred path here?
I think that it largely is. I mean, the administration has, has I think gone to some lengths here to not rule out things, but I think it's very, very clear that to understand the implications and the risks associated with deploying ground forces into a country like Iran. I mean, this is a nation, a country that is bigger than the state of Alaska. It's huge, and it has almost the same extremes in terms of terrain and operating environment that from the state I just cited here. So if you put forces on the ground, you have to be committed to taking care of them, to sustaining them, to supporting them to do this. And so this becomes a significant commitment. So, shorter duration, more limited type of things, would certainly be easier to support than certainly the, large, more permanent ground force, that would be deployed there. So, yeah, I think people have an appreciation for that. I don't think the administration is keen to get into that because it does look like it's a much longer term operation in terms of that. Of course, there's a lot that can happen with that. So I think they are trying to avoid that as much as they can by trying to apply pressure through air and maritime means.
And just lastly, General Votel, we've heard from Israel saying they plan for at least 3 more weeks of operations. That's what one colonel in the Israeli army has been quoted as saying. From your experience, does that sound like a realistic time frame?
I think that it does. In terms of the time for this campaign, my recollection from my time in command when we looked at plans for this, there always was a very deliberate target list, a number of things that we were going after, and those were applied to a schedule that matched resources together and the objectives, the military objectives we were trying to accomplish. So the fact that this has taken weeks to do this, I'm not surprised by that. That would have been kind of what I would have thought about it. From my experience there.
Okay, we really appreciate you sharing that with us, General Joseph Votel. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalists and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Habib, thank you so much for your time. As we know, you've stepped into a leadership role now. What do you miss the most about fighting and being in the cage?
Honestly, almost nothing. Like, I was there a long time, like professional fighter, 12 years. I was on top, I was a champion. I feel all energies. Like, when I miss some competition energy, I just can go to the gym, I can fight some best fighters in the world, you know, and in my weight classes, even above, you know. And for these kind of things, I'm fully good.
And we were just hearing from some of the guys who came before talking about training camp with you and you being their coach, and they said that you just pushed them.
They say I'm nice?
No, they said they were almost dead when you were training them. There was nothing left and you kept on going. You're pushing them to the max.
That's why they are best, because we push limits, you know. We're not here to just compete. I just want everybody become the champions. They take all belts. And if you want to become the best, you have to train like a best fighter, you know. You don't have choice, you know. When we have so many facilities, so many good opportunity, we just need to train, eat, sleep, repeat, and that's it, you know. That's why I push them to the limit.
They're going to the nightclub. But just a quick one. What keeps you so motivated and so engaged?
Best motivation for me when they happy. You know, I just want they become happy, they become champions, they become successful on this life, and I have this kind of opportunity, and I just want to share with them. This is what keep me on track, if we can say.
And of course we've got this big fight coming up between Usman and Alfie, obviously happening in Dubai. What's your prediction?
My prediction, Usman have to finish him second or third round. This is what I think.
And you love football. I just wanted to ask one final question on football. Are you still playing football? How's that going? Who's your favourite? Who's going to win the World Cup?
I think Spain or France. I think Spain or France, they both, for my opinion, they both favorites on this. Maybe it's Portugal too, because Portugal have very good young team. Portugal can win, but my two teams is like, I think they are not my favorite teams, but I think Spain or France.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136, a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap. And that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once, to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
Well, we're joined now by Dr. John Sfakianakis, who is the Chief Economist and Head of Economic Research at the Gulf Research Centre in Riyadh. He's also an Associate Fellow with Chatham House's Middle East and North Africa programme. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Sfakianakis. It's been 17 days since this conflict began. The markets have been rattled, energy supplies have been disrupted. Trade routes and oil markets have been clearly affected, and Gulf countries have essentially been drawn into a war, economically speaking, and in other ways, that they didn't start. Just tell us, first of all, how serious is the damage that's been done to the region so far?
Well, I mean, there is no denial that this is a big event, and this is a quite important event for the region's well-being, for the economies, for the way the region perceives the world, the way the world perceives the region. It's a big event, no doubt. It's a big event because it takes out not just the geopolitics out of the genie, but also the economics. And the big question mark is how resilient are the economies to withstand this? And also how resilient is the global economy able to withstand this? So I would say this is a very significant event.
Right, and how resilient are the economies of the GCC, would you say?
So there is always a tendency, I've been doing this for 25 years now, there's always a tendency, and I've seen quite a few Middle East Gulf wars, so to speak. So Gulf War I, 2003 Iraq invasion, 2006 Israel invasion of Lebanon, then the Arab Spring, now this. There is always a tendency to perceive crisis as catastrophic, that we are not going to be able to recover. This is kind of a very difficult event. Markets go down, stock markets go down, people leave, they leave the region, there is an exodus and so forth. I, from a personal standpoint, believe that the region will do very well. They will recover. It has been proven before. But also, whenever myself have said that the region is going to do okay, the region has proven to do better than okay. There is no doubt that over the short term, the region will have certain difficulties in all kinds of ways, because people go, because oil prices will have an impact on the global economic trend and trends, because we tend to overreact for all these reasons. So there is this kind of short-term view of things. The impact of this will be felt negatively. But over time, the region has proved to me and others they behave quite well. They're sitting on huge assets, an asset pool of more than $8 trillion invested in the region and outside. The world still wants oil and needs oil, and hence why we have now an oil crisis. And also the region is a very important geographic location for the supply chain. And the supply chain has become very important since COVID. And that makes the region not necessarily unique, but in some ways, when it comes to energy, oil and natural gas, the region is very important. So I would say that, yeah, there are short-term, as economists call it, first-round effects. But then over time, things will recover and the region will do quite well, no doubt.
Okay, so while you were talking there, I was thinking about the parallels you were drawing with other geopolitical shocks. And I was reading a piece in Foreign Policy, and they said this is the first conflict since the Second World War to directly impact cities and facilities that serve as hubs in the globalized economy. Would you agree with that we haven't seen anything like this, nothing like this impact on the world economy since the Second World War?
Not exactly. Where I will agree is that we have seen for the first time the Gulf being impacted with direct hits. And hits meaning from Iran. This is the first time where the region is feeling the impact of the war in terms of attacks on infrastructure, on airports, and so forth. But it's not the first time we've seen an economic crisis result from an energy crisis. 1973 is the case in point. There was an oil embargo, and we had at that time far greater dependency on oil than we have today. More of what we call the GDP relied on 1 barrel of oil than what we have today. And today we have alternatives. Today we have the U.S. being a major exporter of oil. Today we have other alternatives to hydrocarbons, mainly solar and other renewable resources. So it's not exactly the first time. And I think the world has to go over the kind of impact of the first time crisis and so forth. Let me put it in a different way. If we had to experience this crisis, which notwithstanding is a significant event, as I said, it's the first time all the Gulf region is being attacked via drones, low-key, asymmetric kind of warfare. If we had this attack 20 years ago, 30 years ago, without the U.S. being a capable exporter of oil, oil would have jumped within the first day to $200 a barrel, not 100 or 117 or 98 and so forth. I think this would have been a huge crisis 20, 30 years ago than what we have today.
Okay. Are we seeing any of these economic effects? And you've downplayed them to some extent. You're not going to the same extreme as what some analysts are saying. But have we seen any trickle-down effects to the extent that it is affecting the daily lives of citizens across the GCC, would you say?
Yeah, of course. Of course there is a daily life impact. Let's not beat around the bush. Certainly aviation is one. People are stranded. Tourists are stranded. People who have traveled to Saudi Arabia on business and have to go back to the Gulf, they're stranded. They take alternative routes. And the whole concept of the GCC and tourism is right now on hold and stranded. So no doubt people are rethinking what they're going to do, and there is a direct impact on our daily lives. There is no doubt. And that has to be rethought going forward. However, The Gulf is resilient. The Gulf is going to push ahead. And this is not the first time the Gulf and the Middle East is experiencing a crisis.
Yeah, I mean, we already heard in the last couple of days that Bahrain and Saudi Arabia are cancelling their Grand Prix weekends that were supposed to happen in April. I mean, that's just one example of probably many different types of disruption that have been caused, but it did generate some headlines. I mean, are you able to, at this stage, is anyone able to, at this stage, start guesstimating a price tag for what this disruption is costing the GCC?
Yeah, I think there are some guesstimates, and I think people are beginning to figure out there are short-term immediate effects, negative effects, as a result of the inability to travel, the inability to have tourists, the inability to have businesses free-flowing in the region, the inability to have foreign direct investments into the region, and also the region to act as a hub, not just shipping or logistics, but also on sports and other events. So the region suffers as a result of that. So there is this kind of effect. Then there is the macroeconomic effect, which has to do with what we think is going to happen as a result of lower oil production. The production side has an effect on the economy. So that means that some economies will feel the pinch and they will be able to produce less economic output. But over the medium term, I don't think this is going to be a long drawn out war. Over the medium term, we should be able to recover. But there are negative effects as a result of what we're seeing today.
Okay. And you were talking a bit earlier on about the sovereign wealth funds across the region. I mean, you gave a different figure. I've got 5 trillion of accumulated wealth across the region in these sovereign wealth funds. Yours was a slightly higher figure. But in any case, are we likely to see a review of some of the foreign wealth fund strategies during the months ahead? I mean, might people start rethinking how that money is invested?
Perhaps. But my figure also accounts for local investment. So the 5+3 looks at not just the outside, but also the inside spent and invested in the GCC. Yes, there could be a rethink. It depends on also the longevity of the crisis. If this is a 5-month crisis, there will be some serious impact on the global economy. Trade flows, output, GDP, investments will be impacted, and also inflation. Not to forget that the GCC imports for a lot of its goods, and it needs to find alternatives to import many of these goods. But also the global economy depends on things like fertilizer and urea and other items that are so vital to produce agricultural farming goods. So as a result, if these prices remain elevated or spike, that creates an issue for what we import in the GCC. But overall, I don't think that the investment strategy and thesis will change. Still, sovereign wealth funds will need to invest outside. But also, for certain countries, like Saudi Arabia, they have to invest in their own economies to keep on pushing for the diversification. And I think that's an important element. I don't think there will be an end to what the sovereign wealth funds have done. If anything, the additional importance that the region projects in the world as a result of the crisis will be to their advantage going forward.
Yeah, I mean, there were lots of investment pledges to the United States by a number of GCC governments. And I don't know if you think those pledges came with any sort of expectations and strings attached, like not drawing this region into US conflicts. But do you see those pledges perhaps being reconsidered?
Well, some of them should be, and some of them have to, because oil prices, if they are able to remain at these levels, we have to reconsider what gets spent inside. Because remember, there is a defense side to all of this, a military angle to all of this. Some of the defense equipment that are being used today to defend the GCC will have to be replenished. So that money that would eventually go as a result of sovereign wealth fund investments into the U.S., let's say, will have to be, some of it instead invested towards defense equipment. And some of it will have to be reconsidered because, as we've seen, the asymmetric warfare has necessitated a different type of response. You cannot be fighting drones with Patriot missiles. You cannot be using a $3 to $4 million missile to counter $7,000 to $10,000 Shahed that comes into your country. So there has to be a difference in terms of the responses, but also a reallocation of priorities. And I think defense will be one of those.
I mean, clearly, what Iran is doing right now is applying pressure aimed on the GCC economies, aimed at forcing the US and Israel to end the war. Is this working?
I don't think it's working. Definitely not, because it seems both sides are not relenting. The US needs to keep on pushing because at the end they have to come out with results. So what is the end game? What is the result that the US will announce to the world? If, let's assume the war ends today, what does the US say to the world? I've done this war and now I have accomplished what exactly? Remember, at the very beginning, it was all about regime change, and that takes time. Number two, Iran needs to also respond. They cannot just bail out and say, this is it. Thank you very much for attacking me, but now I'm going to dig in and be idle and simple. And I think the Iranian regime, if it wants to survive, it needs to respond. Unfortunately, the Gulf is found in the middle. And as you said, the Gulf is found in the middle and it's receiving the brunt of the heat from the Iranian side. Again, asymmetric in nature, but unfortunate. And for that, also the Gulf-U.S. relationship needs to be reconfigured. It needs to be on a principle of greater defense founding. But also the Gulf, the GCC, needs to reconsider itself. Are we in it together as GCC nations? Do we have unity? Yes, we are all speaking Arabic, but are we united? And I think that's a very important step forward. We always talked about the GCC and the GCC Secretariat and the GCC being one. And often enough in economics, we've talked about the customs union and so forth, and how the EU acts as an institution that the GCC learns a lot and would aspire to be like one. But defense now necessitates a different response. So are the 6 different nations going to unite to have a common front towards what seems to be a big enemy, which is Iran, because Iran is not hitting Israel as much and certainly cannot hit the US, but it found it quite opportune to hit the GCC. And I think it requires the GCC to be united from here on.
Okay, and just lastly, Dr. Sfakinakis, we're nearly out of time. I mean, none of us knows when this chapter that we're living through right now is going to come to an end. But let's look back on it. And I want to ask you what you think the legacy so far, based on what we've learnt so far in this experience, what the lessons learnt have been. And I'm thinking to myself, just looking at some of the bottlenecks out there in the Strait of Hormuz, oil storage issues. We've talked a lot on this channel about economic diversification efforts across the region. I mean, do any of those give you any clues as to what I'm getting at here? What do you think the legacy sort of lessons learnt from this whole experience will be?
Well, that the first lesson is that they need to find alternative ways to export what is quite crucial. And not only just Saudi Arabia needs to offer that, and the UAE. We've seen how deleterious and negative has been the lack of alternative sources of supply to the Straits of Hormuz for the GCC. So we need to think quite united as to how we're going to get the oil out of the Gulf. So alternatives to Fujairah and other places need to be offered. Also, we need to think about the geography and how import and export can be unified through the usage of common patterns of logistics, supply, and demand. And by that, I look at Oman as an alternative. I look at rail as an alternative, transportation, road transportation, and also Saudi Arabia through its shipping. But I think that a common front, the big lesson is a common front on defense, and politics needs to be put together. And you cannot have a disunited GCC. I think this is very important as a lesson learned. Also, we need to think of alternatives to how we cater for our population. So let's take the example of water, desalination plants. What if, for instance, the future demands that we need to find alternative sources to water? And it's not just the Gulf that desalinates water. We need to see if the Red Sea or the Arabian Sea can provide alternative supply sources of water, and how we can put together a unified decision-making thinking around that. I think there are many lessons learned. And the lesson also is that a friend that appears as a friend could be an enemy, and the enemy is real. And I think the enemy is across the Gulf, which is today called Iran. And Iran is a real enemy for the Gulf countries. And we see it in none other ways on the attacks we have experienced. And remember, today we have, or until today, we have witnessed roughly 3,000 or 4,000 drones and missiles hitting the Gulf. Maybe my math is wrong because I'm not a military expert, but we haven't seen a huge amount. What if we end up seeing what the Ukraine-Russia war experiences on a daily basis, in the thousands? What will happen to the Gulf? And that requires a common defense policy rather than being theoretical and notional at the end of the day.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you speaking to us. Dr. John Sfakinak is Chief Economist and Head of Economic Research at the Gulf Research Centre in Riyadh. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
We're joined now by Tom Warwick, who is a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council and a former Homeland Security Deputy Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism Policy. He joins us from Washington. Mr. Warwick, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us. We're 17 days into this conflict. I want to ask you, first of all, what's been achieved militarily from a US point of view, and are we any closer to finding an end to this crisis?
Well, it's good to be with you. So far, the military operations have succeeded in completely eliminating Iran's air defenses, striking leadership targets, including the late now former Supreme Leader Ellie Cohanim and other top Iranian generals. Much of Iran's ballistic missile capability has been destroyed. Much of the drone capability has been destroyed, though some remains. The Iranian Navy has largely been eliminated, but Iran still retains the ability to launch small boats to harass merchant shipping in the Gulf. So from the offensive perspective, the war is going well, says President Trump, but from a political perspective, it's much more open-ended. Iran, on the other hand, can also claim some offensive successes, having succeeded in, putting a hold on commerce going in and out of the Gulf, obviously arousing the anger of the Gulf Arab countries. And at this point, it's clearly going to be an endurance contest to see which side's defenses can eventually prevail.
Right. I mean, clearly Iran is fighting a war which has a goal that I don't know whether it took people by surprise or not. This isn't my question to you, but it is affecting the global economy. And I'm wondering to myself whether that was predictable as far as Washington is concerned, or whether you think Tehran's actions on that front have taken the world somewhat by surprise.
Well, certainly the Pentagon warned President Trump that closing the Strait of Hormuz was an option the Iranians could pursue. But President Trump and his team thought they would not do that because it would affect Iran's own ability to export its crude oil. To some extent, that may have been a miscalculation. But President Trump also, for domestic political purposes, thought that any price rise would be short-term and temporary, and by the time U.S. voters go to the polls in November, this would largely be forgotten. And he hoped there would be a triumph in getting Iran to make some very fundamental changes in its policy to end its threat to other countries in the Middle East, to end its nuclear program, to end its ballistic missile program, to end its support for proxy armies in other countries, and to end the repression of the Iranian people. And so obviously it's a question as to whether some or all of those goals will be attained unless there's a very significant change in the Iranian leadership.
Let me ask you a question I've put to a couple of our guests today. I mean, clearly what Iran is trying to do is to put pressure on the United States by drawing in GCC countries into this conflict and striking them. And it's obviously a pressure tactic. And I want to ask you, do you think it's working?
Well, this is the irony on the Iranian side. So whatever miscalculations there have been on the U.S. side, Iran's have been worse. The United States gets very little oil through the Strait of Hormuz. And so for the United States, Canada, and other Western Hemisphere countries, yes, there are effects on the global price of oil, but there is no supply risk since North America's supplies come from North America. The real risk of supply disruption is China, India, South Korea, Japan, and other countries of East Asia, because they're the ones who are actually the most affected if there are disruptions in supply coming through the Strait of Hormuz.
Do you think the Trump administration's objectives were clear to you from the outset? And were they adequately communicated to U.S. partners around the world and to the U.S. population, for that matter? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, yes and no, respectively. Yes, it's clear what President Trump wanted. I mean, he wanted either a solution like he thinks he is getting with respect to Venezuela, where there's now a Venezuelan leader who is more aligned with Trump's foreign policy goals. He was hoping for that kind of a government in Iran, and whether that came by bringing to power some different Iranian general or some other kind of a leader, or whether it came through a popular uprising, that part seems to have been a sort of, well, we'll see. And there really is a significant amount of improvisation on that. Other countries are aware that this is what Trump's goal is, but most of the questions are being raised as to how you're going to achieve those goals. Because the idea of creating, for example, a rift in the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps is one that is obviously would have to be done in secret, and one wouldn't know the mind of an Iranian general until he does something. But the apparent lack of planning and the lack of having someone, as we say, waiting in the wings is certainly striking to the American public and to other countries around the world.
So you seem to be saying the Venezuela model, as some are calling it, is wholly inapplicable to the situation in Iran. And one of the things I've heard quite a few commentators say...
I wouldn't say wholly inapplicable. There are different views within the Iranian hierarchy, and there probably are ambitious generals or colonels who would welcome the chance to seize power. There has been a pattern of this in Iranian history if you go back a little over a century. And so you could see a general taking power, but the IRGC is carefully vetted for political loyalty. And to some extent, that will be tested in the weeks and months ahead. It just may not happen overnight.
I mean, when I saw events unfolding at the start of this year in Venezuela, my immediate thought was Iran next. And I'm wondering, and I don't think I was alone, I think a lot of people were thinking that. And I'm wondering to what extent you think President Trump was perhaps given a bit of false optimism by how quickly that went, and thinking that that same approach and that same, one could call it success, could be applied immediately to Iran. Do you think that did play into perhaps one or two miscalculations?
Well, we'll find out if it's false optimism only months from now and then in hindsight. But it does appear that President Trump got the idea that this would be quick and easy, when certainly any one of us who understands Iran and how the politics of that country works would be able to predict that it was going to be difficult, messy, and very chancy. This entire adventure was a gamble by Trump, and he looked at the prospect of Iran's quickly gaining a nuclear weapon, 11 nuclear bombs, according to what Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi told U.S. mediators Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. And the fact that they were not willing to negotiate seriously, according to the Trump administration, is what convinced Trump there was not going to be a nuclear deal that he could live with. And so Trump felt, analogous to how George Bush felt in invading Iraq in 2003, Trump felt that he had no choice but to go ahead with military force, because otherwise Iran would soon have nuclear weapons.
There is this perception out there that President Trump's, the negotiations you mentioned were going quite smoothly. President Trump's advisors, some of his diplomats, were cautioning against the military option, and yet one ally, namely Israel, convinced him that that was the only way forward. How influential do you think that visit by Prime Minister Netanyahu back in February was in shaping President Trump's final opinion on this matter?
Well, it gave him military options, but we actually know in detailed public briefings that Steve Witkoff has given as to how the nuclear talks unfolded, that Israel played almost no role in the actual decision to go to war. It played a minor role in the timing of it. But what really determined Trump for war was the fact that the Iranian negotiators in Geneva, after having previously said they could build 11 bombs whenever they wanted to, and they said they had the enriched uranium ready to do that, Trump was told that the Iranians had tabled an offer that they would not give to the Americans in writing, and that would allow them to enrich an unlimited amount of uranium to 20% purity, which is well in excess of the ordinary civilian needs of a civilian nuclear power program. This convinced Trump that the Iranians were lying and that they had no intention of complying with any kind of a deal, and that the best that Trump could get was something that was not much better than Barack Obama's 2016 nuclear deal. And this really does seem to have been a colossal miscalculation on Iran's part, because the way in which they presented this offer really did convince Trump that there was no prospect for negotiations, and that the mediators were spinning a public tale that wasn't true. And so it's now actually clear that the U.S. government thought that the Iranian government was deceiving them. And of course, we also know the Iranian government thought the same thing about the U.S. government.
Clearly, American allies are hesitant to get involved. And there have been various noises from the White House to suggest that perhaps they would rather like it if the British, the French, various other allies did now start deploying more material to this region to help out. Do you see that help perhaps being forthcoming eventually, or do you think those allies have had their fingers burnt with experiences like the Greenland adventure of just a few weeks ago, and they're not in the mood to come to America's assistance in their hour of need?
Well, France is already sending warships to the Gulf, so that much is already happening. The problem for European countries is, while they do not like nor do they approve of the way in which Trump started the war, it's not a question of coming to America's aid, it's a question of coming to their own aid. As I mentioned a moment ago, the United States does not get oil through the Strait of Hormuz, but Europe and Asia do. And so if these countries want to protect their own oil supplies, then they will probably have to find a way to contribute to ending Iranian attacks. Now, they can try to do this through diplomacy or economic or political pressure, but as Trump sees it, it's the Asians in particular and the Europeans who have a problem, not him. His problem is short-term and will end with prices going down when the shooting stops. So from Trump's perspective, he thinks that the other countries need to step up for their interests, not to bail him out.
What are your feelings about the time frame? What sort of where are we in the conflict? Are we approaching the end, or are we at the middle? How much longer do you think this is going to play out for?
Well, all wars end, and almost all wars end through diplomacy. And furthermore, both sides in this war are, there's another front, which is the war for international public opinion, and both sides are trying to project how tough they are, how long they can keep going. And yet, as we know from studying military history, behind the scenes, that's not always the case. And so for right now, you have to take both American and Iranian statements with a large grain of salt. You have to be skeptical about all of these claims. But President Trump could offer a ceasefire any day. And then the question is, what will Iran's leaders do? Will they accept it, or will they try to continue the war?
Okay, and just to wrap up, a comment that really struck me, and we were talking about the negotiations brokered by the Omanis a little earlier on. Oman's foreign minister, Badr bin Hamad al-Busaidi, who was a mediator in those talks, gave some very strong comments. He said that Oman's view is that the military attacks against Iran by the United States and Israel are illegal. He also argued that the US-Israeli offensive is aimed at reshaping the Middle East and promoting normalization with Israel while weakening efforts to establish a Palestinian state. When you hear comments like that coming from, the regional Switzerland, the mediator that is Oman, very hard to imagine that when all of this blows over, it's going to be business as usual between the United States and its GCC allies. What are your thoughts?
Well, very clearly, when this ends, this is going to reshape the security of the Middle East. The question is how. Part of the problem is this is a war that could go either way with radically different outcomes. The same thing could be said of Israel's fighting in Lebanon and, of course, the Palestinian situation. part of what President Trump did in launching these attacks against Iran was to say the status quo is unacceptable and unsustainable. And he really does seem to believe that taking a gamble, even if he could not guarantee an outcome, would be better than the present situation. It is clear that if you had a government in Iran that was not threatening its neighbors and not doing all of these destabilizing things, the Middle East would have a much better chance of being at peace. But the obvious question is, how do you get there? And on that one, there are possibilities, but there is certainly no clear answer at this point.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Tom Warwick, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Good to be with you.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
I've really enjoyed meeting Arab filmmakers. I've really enjoyed seeing how the industry here is booming and flourishing. And I've enjoyed watching the movies, man. Just an incredible range. I've watched horrors, I've watched rom-coms, I've watched historical epics, I've watched tone poems, I've watched art house movies. I've watched films that I would not have seen had I not come here, and I feel the richer for it. I think the world would be richer for hearing these stories. And it's about time that they're heard.
Happy, yeah, just carefree. It's been a full year of being on the festival circuit. I've been to so many film festivals, and it's wonderful to end the year here, kind of coming back home where we started, you know, in the region, and to be able to celebrate tonight and everyone's achievements is really just it's a privilege and it's really a joy. My favorite experience is seeing my film with an audience and seeing an audience connect with the film, and it really felt like coming home and felt like just like embrace of family. It was beautiful.
It's been incredibly mind expanding. The people are incredibly kind. I've made a lot of really good friends. I have a whole new understanding of this part of the world, so it's been great.
I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot about different stories and different filmmakers and creatives and a part of the world that I haven't really been able to visit before. Just meeting people, honestly, at the Red Sea Film Festival and talking with people and exchanging stories. It's always so cool to me, cinema, because around the world, we all speak the same language in our hearts, you know, like we all feel the same things, but the way we express them in the context of our stories and our daily lives are so different that being here is really... It's just inspiring because I'm exposed to things that I don't think I would have had the opportunity to be exposed to.
You know, every single time I come back, like, Red Sea Film Festival gets bigger, it gets more beautiful. Now that it's kind of more based in the old town, it's amazing. 15 amazing movies, I'm really eager to sort of see which one they choose, because I heard like the competition was very fierce. So.
Oh, so good. It's really good. I love it here. I'm being honored tonight, which is really special to get it here. So I'm feeling good. I had a great time. People were lovely. The people. I like the people. The people are so warm and friendly.
Amazing. I mean, it's been 5 years since we started working on the film. It's 5 years this festival has been in existence, so it feels like kismet to be able to sort of bring it home, you know. So, yeah, it's a great privilege.
There isn't a film like this from this region. You're talking about before the rise of Islam, it's 609 AD, Arab tribes being united by a princess to fight this colonial power. You've seen war movies, you've seen people fighting colonial powers, but you haven't seen a Hollywoodized, you know, big scale take on this region and this history.
I think what's the most impressive part of this film is the scale of it. We had from international cast to crew, merging with local crews. In Saudi Arabia, in the most beautiful cinematic landscape you can imagine, Neom and Tabuk, and seeing that all come together on that kind of scale is powerful.
Great, it was a massive cast, big ensemble. So I wouldn't say one's herding cats, but it's kind of like that. It's like that kind of like everyone has their place in the story. I have my place within the storytelling, and it's all about communication. And I was very lucky because I had very intelligent actors who understood storytelling, so they all kind of fit into their part of the film.
You start as a so-called bandit. For me, he's none of the above. What did you love about this onion type of character? You know, you kind of, peel the layers of him throughout the film.
Well, Hanzala was a very interesting character for me, just simply because of his origin, his background, and how he ended up to be a part of this story. It was very unique and very eye-opening to be able to play the character and learn so much about this history that we've never really talked about outside of the myths and legends that we've heard.
How you changed as an actress. Obviously, when you've got the experience of acting, when you've got the knowledge of knowing what's good for you and what you should do, do you feel like your confidence changes, your curiosity, and you became more courageous?
Confidence comes with success.
And experience.
And experience, yeah. But curiosity you always have. That's the one thing that you have from birth. Like when you're born and you come into this world and you're just curious about what's this and what's that. And I see that now through my daughter's eyes. Like she's so curious about everything. And it makes me even more curious. She keeps the child in me alive as well. So I would say my way of approaching my work even now is truly through pure instinct. The way I choose a part and pick up a role is like, oh, I've done this, now I want to do this. And now I'm feeling this. I go very from that gut feeling. Like it's very like, what do I want to eat today?
On the subject of legacy here, in 20 years, how would you hope audiences feel and people feel, not about your fame, but about your presence on the global stage?
Again, I think different stages represent perhaps a different time. When I was younger, I'm still young, but like when I was very young, when I was in my 20s, I was a little bit more like,
when I was a teenager.
Yeah. A little bit more like fizzy and buoyant and like a little bit more like light, and then there came a little bit more weight, and now I'm like feeling light again. So I think it depends on different stages, but I only want the audience to be entertained. So whether it's through me or not through me, I'm the first person to stand up and clap when a film does really well and gets a lot of love, because I feel so happy when, you know, the audiences are entertained and cinema connects.
Started his career very young. You've seen him in DC, in Marvel, in independent movies. He can play a romantic lead, a zombie, and a villain with the same pizzazz. Please, a huge round of applause for Nicholas Hoult.
Good evening. Assalamu alaikum.
From the beginning, actually, is it a cute story? Is it true that your siblings have introduced you to the art of performing? And did this mean that play dates in your house were all about singing and dancing and all these things when the friends came over?
There was a lot of musical theatre in our house growing up. The original was like production of like the stage video filming of that. But then my older brother was into acting, my older sister was into a lot of singing and dancing, so my mum would always say like, well, you know, if your sister's in dance class or doing acting classes, then you can't just sit in the car and wait, you're going to do it too. And so it wasn't something that I drove, it wasn't something that I woke up one morning and said, oh, I have this burning need to act. But it was something that I enjoyed and did from a young age, and then got very fortunate to continue doing.
This year you played in a small movie called Superman. Has anyone seen Superman? So tell us how you constructed the character, and there's so many references you can have for Lex Luthor from the comics and from old books, etc. How did you do your research? How did you narrow your own vision of him?
It was interesting because the first time I read the script, I remember reading the Lex scenes and being like, oh, these are interesting. I might actually be better at Lex than Superman. But I was like, well, don't say that to anyone now whilst we're auditioning for Superman. And then after the screen tests, James called me and he said, how would you feel about playing Lex? And instantly my brain was like, yes, that's the character you should and need to be playing, because there were just moments in the dialogue and in the script where I was like, oh, it's really delicious, the twists and turns of the character. And like you say, he is definitely very much the villain of that story, but at the same time, there's things in there where you go, okay, you can understand it in your brain and not have empathy, but understand it. So there's a really fun character to play in that sense. And James just wrote a wonderful script, and he's such a fun director to work with.
This actress is one of the most iconic actresses in Hollywood and in the world. She has been known for generations for iconic roles. I would love to welcome the iconic, the remarkable, and the loveliest Sigourney Weaver. Assalamu alaikum. I love to start from the beginning, and you know, when actors start loving acting, was it early for you, was it later, and who was the biggest inspiration in your life to, you know, make you gravitate towards acting even in the first place?
I don't think I'm very typical, because I was very shy, so the idea of becoming an actor was so far away from anything I was thinking. I was thinking I'd love to be a storyteller, maybe a writer or a journalist. So I never really said out loud I want to be an actor until I was, you know, maybe in college. And my father, though, was a great influence because he was running NBC, which is a big television network, and he'd always come home smiling. And so I think whatever he's doing, which of course I didn't know at all, whatever he's doing looks like it's fun. So I think that did influence me.
You've worked with directors with such strong vision, and how much did that inform the acting profession for you? You know, we're talking about Peter Weir, Mike Nichols, Ang Lee, Ivan Reitman, Ghostbusters. How much do you enjoy that? You know, every director is a different experience.
I think I love that part of it very much. I mean, I've never been an actor who looks for the roles. I look for the story. And then I have to find a director whose vision is so strong that we will make it through the filming process, because the filming process is really tough on films. And the script has to be able to hold up against all the things that can go wrong making a film. Don't want to discourage anyone, but a lot of things come up. And so the director has to be, sort of obsessed and be very forceful in his or her vision. And so the combination of the strong script and the visionary director, I think, is what helps a film continue to live on like Ghostbusters.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you here at the Red Sea International Film Festival. Sigourney Weaver, please continue to inspire generations. Please continue to inspire us. And thank you for joining us once again at our 5th anniversary.
I'm so delighted to be here, and this is such a beautiful award, and I'm so grateful that you invited me. I'm so grateful to be here today, and, to have my work acknowledged halfway around the world, and to feel a connection with what you all are doing here and all the developments in the whole Arab world for the film culture is so exciting, and I'm so glad now to feel connected to it. So thank you so, so much.
Does it matter that you have all these awards and success when you're excited about working with the director? Is there candid enthusiasm when they send you the script?
With Paul, absolutely. I think, not to speak for Benicio here, but I know I've been an avid fan of his work for 25 years now. He just does everything right. I don't know how to say it other than that. The music, the tone, the world that he envelops you into, his imagination, the unpredictability of each one of his plots, the immersive quality that you feel in his movies like you're there. So this, I think everyone comes into a Paul Thomas Anderson project, A, feeling lucky and blessed to be there, but B, feeling like you got to bring your A game.
I'm afraid to die anymore. I've done it already.
My name is Jordan Belfort. At the tender age of 22, I headed to the only place that could fit my high-minded energy.
We always joke when I interview you that you don't like simple roles. Everything has to be very energy-consuming. Was that a whole other level of energy consumption because it's so full-on?
This was a huge adrenaline dump.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually needed to take a year off after this. I did 3 films in a row, but this was the culmination of all, and that was because we had we really had artistic freedom on this film.
'Cause I ain't going nowhere!
This is a wonderful role. You gave him such vulnerability. You made him transparent. Is that how you felt him? Gatsby?
Well, the Gatsby that I remember reading in junior high school is a lot different than the Gatsby I remember reading, that I read as an adult. He's a much more tragic figure than I remember as a youth, I didn't quite connect with how hollow this man really was, Daisy to him is really a representation of so many of his dreams of becoming this great American figure, this powerful man, this entrepreneur, and in a lot of ways he is an empty vessel.
I'll do it school style. I'll start with his infused imagination. I always feel like the imagination comes out of his head. How amazing is it to construct a character that could be possibly iconic, like in this one?
We had the benefit with these characters of getting this incredibly rich backstory. We had an entire history together that he wrote for us. So even though it's the sort of day in the life of these two sort of outcasts of Hollywood that are trying to fit their way into a changing culture and a changing industry, there was an immediate familiarity with who these people were because we knew so much about our past, and it was so easy to fit in those shoes.
Gentlemen, you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention.
This is going to be the adventure of a lifetime. We've dreamed of making this movie ever since we were kids.
What does it cost to get this thing made?
$2.5 million.
We've approved a loan for up to $9,400.
Yes.
Brian.
Good to see you both.
Good to see you.
Tell us about the adventure of making movies like this, in the sense of so much fun and so much comedy, but also a lot of heart.
I am a sucker for some real heartfelt, sweet, hopeful, makes you feel good kind of movies. And then if there's some laughs in there, even better. So that's kind of my favorite thing, I think.
Yeah.
You.
Well, I mean, when I read on the page some of these scenes that make me laugh and make me think, oh, that's going to be really exciting and fun and funny. It's one thing to read it, but then when it comes time to do it, you're like, I really do have to run through the jungle with a boar strapped to my back probably 100 times. This is going to be physically challenging, but that's the name of the game. And that's what you have to keep in the back of your mind. It's like, it's worth it. That's what you got to do to make magic sometimes.
Here we go. Doug, you direct. Action! Put your face right up next to the snake. No. Maybe it'll be okay. Cutting.
With you guys' experience in comedy timing, how much are you completely involved on set into, knowing what works, knowing what doesn't work, trying new things?
Somewhere, I'd say over the last few years, I would be on a set, look around and think, I think maybe I have more experience than anybody on here because I'm old and I've done it now a bit. And I still have the mindset of like an actor starting off. Like, I can't believe I got the job. I'm excited to be there and try and do it. And I feel insecure and I hope I do an okay. But I think just by the very nature of doing something so often and logging your 10,000 hours or whatever, I start to become just innately aware of certain things that work and certain things that don't. And also some technical things about actual movie making I don't ever remember really trying to study, but now I'm just very aware of.
I like to really imagine each scene, and I like to look at the script and go through all my lines and imagine the way I would do it. But there's some scenes that are challenging, like, I don't know how I'm going to approach this. I don't know what quite the right way to say this line is. And I'll look around the crew and the cast and crew and imagine how everyone on the set would say it. If they had my part, what would they do? And I'll get inspiration from anywhere I can. Sometimes, you need to feed off the people you're working with.
Always when it comes to comedy.
This is Anaconda. And we no longer have a snake for our snake movie. We have to go out in the jungle and find another one.
Also, when it comes to legacy, like the legacy of the Anaconda in cinemas, how much do you enjoy that a whole new audience generation is gonna kind of be very Anaconda crazy?
I hope the whole world gets Anaconda fever. There's another movie coming out at the same time as ours. I can't remember what it's called. It also starts with an A.
Very small.
No
one's heard of that one.
But now they're saying that maybe it's going to be like Barbie and Oppenheimer. Do you remember when those two giant movies came out at the same time?
Barbenheimer?
So they are saying this could be the new one, Anatar. Yeah. That's what I think James Cameron has been saying, that we're Anatar. Now we're Anatar.
What do you like more, Anatar or Avoconda? Because it's up to you to start this.
Avoconda is my favorite. I have
Avoconda
without hesitation.
Yeah, that was right.
Avoconda's
it does have a funnier.
It doesn't sound too much like avocado.
Well, that's catchy, and it goes with Jack's t-shirt, so why not? I love it. Before I wrap, my daughter has a message for you, Jack. She's completely obsessed with the Lava Chicken song from Minecraft.
Lava!
Peachy chicken. We're obsessed with it.
Yes, thank you. La Lavacanda!
He's right behind you! What the hell is going on there? It's a long story! Run!
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Iran's new supreme leader vows to keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz and calls for the closure of US regional bases in his first statement. Oil prices rise, reaching $100 a barrel as more cargo ships are attacked in the Gulf. And the US takes responsibility for striking an Iranian girls' school with a deadly Tomahawk missile after a preliminary investigation. Now, Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, has released his first statement, vowing to keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz. He claims Iran is only targeting American bases in the region and called for the closure. He said, "We send a message to the leaders of the region and emphasize that we are going to have good relations with the countries around us." But the existence of the US bases in some of these countries and the usage of those bases to attack Iran is not benefiting the region, and they must be closed. He also talked about finding unity among the Iranian people, saying we have to protect this unity, and this is only possible when we are together and we can find common ground. This is something that I share with the people who have lost their loved ones, because I lost my father, I lost my wife. I assure everyone that we will not ignore the fact that we are going to avenge our martyrs. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by presenter and journalist Jono Hayes and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Jono and Dr. Ellie, good to have you on the show with me. A lot has happened today. We've been having a lot of headline news, Jono and Dr. Ellie, but we did hear from the new Supreme Leader today, Mujtaba Khamenei, and he didn't appear on camera himself, however.
No, and I don't think that we were expecting a message for sure. Not necessarily an appearance in Iran, especially during periods of instability, much like what we're seeing right now. Leaders communicate through these written statements, which are often read out on state TV rather than appearing themselves. So that's not that unusual. Probably better than the cardboard cutout that we saw appearing over the weekend at a rally, which we know that was bizarre. But there are claims that he may be indisposed at the moment, and we don't know the truth of those, but it would still very clear to point out a lot of the media is quick to jump on saying, well, that's why this statement has been issued as a text and not as an actual appearance. But first of all, let's think about the security elements here. For a pre-recorded piece or otherwise, you may be able to identify where perhaps he is from something that would be recorded. So in wartime conditions, leaders very much limit their visibility because the location could be disclosed and could be targeted. Secondly, it's controlling the message from an Iranian state media point of view. They can control the message when a news anchor reads out a pre-prepared piece like this as well. It can be tightly scripted. Every single word can be examined to make sure that there's no miscommunication, because we've seen even with the president of Iran previously saying that his comments were misinterpreted. That can't happen if it's been pre-scripted in advance. And the political communication for Iran at least has worked like this for decades under Ayatollah Ayatollah Khamenei previously. And major statements were often, in fact always, delivered through official channels and rarely, if not never, through live speeches. So it's not unusual. Maybe to the Western media this seems a bit strange, but it is not strange from an Iranian point of view, for sure.
I do agree on most of what Jono said, but I also think they would have had this very special interest to have him appear because of all the, the speculation about his health, that he has been hit or have some serious health damage because he was there when his father was killed. So I think it was in their interest to actually have him appear somehow, even in a pre-recorded message. And speaking about pre-recorded messages, we know that Hassan Nasrallah had done this for almost 10 years without revealing his place. So they know how to play the game if they wanted to. I think they should have, because now there's going to be more and more conspiracy theories about what his health situation is, who's actually writing the things, who's in control, who's taking the decisions, and so on. And maybe if we take a little bit of a step backwards and see about the background of Mujtaba also, first of all, we have to say he's not an Ayatollah. He has not reached that clerical level. He's at a level that we call Hujjat al-Islam. So the fact that he has been chosen is clearly part of the IRGC choosing their best fit in that position, rather than a purely clerical, spiritual, theological religion or position, because he did not reach this level. We also know that he is a very practical man. He used to control the operations, run his father's office, but he's not much of a public speaker. He stopped even giving his teaching maybe 10 years ago as a cleric, and all of them, they usually have, the teaching lessons in Qom or in other spiritual places. So all of this is adding up to say Mujtaba now is more the IRGC's person rather than IRGC are the people of Mujtaba in that sense. So this is the dynamics we're seeing. Maybe it's going to be clearer that we're more into a military dictatorship rather than a clerical one or a spiritual one based on the concepts of Khomeini to start with.
And that's so fascinating because someone I spoke to a little bit earlier, a strategist, echoed those same words. She said, if you have a look at the speech, it's more about military, it's more about strategy and less about religion. So who is it writing these speeches? Is it the IRGC? And as you speculated on Mujtaba Khamenei's health, there's so many questions that no one's really got to answer as of now. And it's really difficult, isn't it? Because we're going to talk a little bit about Lebanon, because we've got another theatre of war happening between Israel and Lebanon. And Lebanon has really hit the headlines today, and that's for lots of different reasons. Israel has said its military has begun a wave of strikes on Beirut. Israeli airstrikes hit building in central Beirut, less than a kilometre from government headquarters, and that's according to Reuters footage. We also got the death toll from Israeli attacks on Lebanon since the 2nd of March. It's now risen to 687. Jono, what's the situation there right now?
So it looks like there's 787,000 people who've been displaced as well in Lebanon right now, which is a huge concern. But if we're to look at it from the point of view of there is the massive media attention we're seeing on Iran right now, and unfortunately Lebanon is falling secondary to that. It has not been the focus of the media attention right now, which of course is a huge concern as well. We're hearing that it's targeting specifically towards Hezbollah targets right now, and Dr. Ellie would know more about this than I would for sure, but that seems to be what they're actually targeting. But there are civilians who are in the wake of this, which is the close to 1 million people who've been displaced, which is now a huge crisis, which is about to hit into humanitarian levels of a crisis that is hitting from a Beirut and Lebanon perspective.
Definitely. First, let's put this into perspective. It's 1 million out of a population of 4 million. So it's the quarter of the country that is being displaced. New evacuations ordered today go even further north to another major geographical landmark, another river. So that's going to be another few 100,000 evacuated from a couple of major cities in the south. Definitely Israel is trying to present it as we're hitting the Hezbollah targets. But definitely we know also for sure that Hezbollah's operations, Hezbollah's supporters, they are all civilians. They've had, hidden tunnels under their houses. They've had rockets launched from between houses. This is the way of operation of Hezbollah as a resistance, as it calls itself. However, this is moving with them wherever they move. So you spoke about hits close to the government place. We saw hits and assassinations in cars, in hotels, in Beirut downtown, in other places. So it cannot possibly be restricted to say, oh, we are only hitting the Shiites. All of Lebanon is suffering. And as Jono said, unfortunately, nobody has been prepared for that. Hezbollah has been giving assurances to the Lebanese government. The Lebanese government was trying to solve the 5 small points on the border. Now we're into a whole different dimension with 1 million people that actually need humanitarian support on a daily basis. They are hosted mostly in reception places, but still they need everything in that sense.
And a lot of people are moving into Syria they're crossing over into the borders. I've also seen reports
There's an
of that.
issue with that, because you have to remember that Hezbollah and the majority of the Shiites were supportive of Bashar al-Assad. So with the current regime in Syria, very little of them are feeling safe to move into Syria. On the contrary, we have some Shiite/Alawite Syrians who have sought refuge in Lebanon. These may be trying to go back to their houses because they cannot even be hosted in government places because Lebanon is giving priority to its own citizens. So we have an issue with the Syrians who are in Lebanon. We have an issue with the Palestinians who are in Lebanon, who are even falling behind on the services and the basic humanitarian that is lacking for everyone, but more specifically for these vulnerable people. So it's just another layer of complexity of that situation.
And just another final thought from you, if I can. We're talking about Lebanon at the moment, Dr. Ellie and Jono, and we must remember, we talk about a second theatre of war, but Hezbollah has lots of weapons. There's lots of weapons within Lebanon at the moment, and we see this tension. And what does that mean for internal security and for civilian security when there's loads of weapons in the system and people are now struggling to get food, places have been struck? It creates chaos.
Definitely. I think we, as per Israeli estimates, they have hit more than 60% of the weaponry of Hezbollah that could reach Israel, meaning the ballistic missiles, the short-range missiles, and so on. However, the danger is not only from these. Hezbollah is a 40 to 60,000 estimated militiamen, trained, equipped. They have fought in Syria, they have fought in Yemen, they have fought in different places. Now these people are being cornered to the extent that they are in between the Lebanese government trying to reassert its legitimate right of controlling everything and controlling all weapons, and between Israel, who's hitting them and following them one by one wherever they are. And the danger here is what kind of reaction would these displaced people, if they don't have food for their children, if they don't have a place to keep their families, what could be the internal dynamics that could be there? What reaction could they have to their host communities, towards the government, towards the Lebanese army? And this is a whole dimension that Israel doesn't care about. Maybe on the contrary, it's better for Israel that there would be internal fighting within Lebanon. However, this has been the utmost priority in any discussion of Lebanese government with the international community, but also very difficult and challenging to control.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And oil prices have begun to rise again, reaching $100 a barrel as more cargo ships were attacked in the Gulf. The rise comes despite an agreement from the IEA to release 400 million barrels of oil reserves to calm the markets and also ease supply tensions. But US President Donald Trump says oil prices will come down. Take a listen.
But oil prices are already coming back down, and it's going to come down. But we're not leaving until that job is finished, and it's going to be very fast. It's going to be very fast. But we're not going to count on having competent presidents. We have to assume we're going to have incompetent ones, like the one we had last time that couldn't walk off a stage. Remember?
I'm actually going to start with Jono here, only because I got a few lines just before we came to air from the Deputy Foreign Minister in Iran. It says Iran allowed ships from some countries to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Iran are not laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. That was the Deputy Foreign Minister again. And Iran wants to ensure war is not imposed again. So we're getting some lines that some countries' ships can go through the Strait of Hormuz. But it doesn't look like it's going to be fully open for business anytime soon,
No.
of course.
And that, of course, is a knock-on effect as well. It's one of the most strategically important shipping lanes in the world. And right now, that's effectively leverage is what's been used in this conflict, which is what's a concern. A fifth of the global oil trade passes through that strait as well. And we've already seen that oil spike on close to $100 per barrel. Some analysis saying that that could get up to $150, could get almost to $200 if the disruption continues any more than it already has. And as you heard, President Trump is saying there, don't panic, the prices are coming down. But of course, we have those global reserves, which you mentioned at the start, Leigh Ann, that could balance the price point out a little bit. But in the meantime, yes, it's a worry. Is it unprecedented? Absolutely not. This is something that we see when there's regional conflict, and anything that affects oil shipping routes is affected. Are we anywhere close to what we were at in 2008? No, we're not. The highest price of oil ever, actually, $147 a barrel. That was in 2008. If you adjust that for inflation today, that's close to $198 to $200 a barrel. So it's about average, to be fair. And if you look at the price surge, that particular year, we saw this massive upward spiral when it got to 147. And then we saw it literally fall off a cliff in September and get down to, in December of that year, about $32 per barrel, which adjusted for inflation brings it to around $50 a barrel. So historically speaking, you will normally have a period of economic downturn, as either globally or regionally, as a result of a conflict such as what we're seeing right now. If we're to follow the trends of past, you'll see it go up and you will see it level out and come back down again once prices, they've surged, but once they've started to balance themselves out as well. And like you mentioned, China, India, combined with the Middle Eastern conflict right now, even Nigeria, the weakened US dollar, all those things have heavy speculation when it comes to the oil market. So it'll be a case of wait it out, play out and see what happens. But I do believe the price of the barrel will probably at some stage plateau and then begin to come down again. So it's a concern right now. We should look at it again in 6 months and say, are we still concerned?
I think the concern right now is how long the Strait of Hormuz could be choked up for. I think that's what analysts don't know, right? That's where the concern is coming in. And I interviewed someone from Equity Group the other day, an analyst, and they were estimating that oil could reach between $150 and $200 a barrel. But once again, it's the time. It's the time that the Strait of Hormuz is clogged up, because obviously it's getting the oil back and the reserves back in the right place that causes a knock-on effect. But the big question is, Dr. Ellie, you know, the US came out today and they actually said that the Strait of Hormuz needs to be reopened. That was the Energy Secretary, the US Energy Secretary. And he was just also making the point that right now they can't get ships through the Strait of Hormuz safely, the US. Why can't they? What's so difficult regionally here for them to be able to usher these ships through?
First, we're speaking about the narrow strait, so it's very close to the Iranian shore. And second, the Iranians have so many ways and tools to actually stop the traffic there, starting from definitely short-range missiles to drones, to the two things that we haven't seen so far a lot, which are the suicide boats, driven by drones, of course, or driven by remotely, or the mines that you mentioned. So far, it seems that both of these two are still a capability that Iran could still use, but so far they are using only drones and short-range missiles to stop that. And the ability, as long as Iran has the ability to launch these, it will be very difficult to escort ships and ensure their stability and safety. The mines is a whole different level, because it will be a very long-term issue. It will be a damage to the whole region, including Iran. That's why so far they're still avoiding it, but maybe they will use it as a last resort in that case. Now, we also need to see how much focus Mujtaba in his speech, as we were speaking, did mention Hormuz. He ensured that we will continue to block it, etc., because in the strategic sense of where the war is happening and how the war is happening, I think Iran is losing too many of its strategic points. They hoped that, you know, the militias in the region would cause a lot of damage and pressure. They didn't. They hoped bombing the Gulf countries will cause a lot of chaos and you know, running towards the U.S., telling it, please stop the war. It didn't happen. They relied also on the internal popular support in Israel or in the U.S. for the two presidents. This also did not happen. So the only real card that they still have in their hand is the Hormuz. So they will keep pressuring, and they will keep use it to the maximum of their ability. And there will only be ability when, to open it, when Iran's capabilities to stop it have completely been destroyed. And this is going to take at least a couple of weeks, if not more, as per American estimates. But we never know. It could be more. Now, it's reassuring that the prices have been less even than the 2008. I didn't know that. We've spoken about some solutions. Definitely Venezuelan oil is part of the solution. The reserves that you mentioned is part of the solution. The two new pipelines, not new, but the new reactivated pipelines in Saudi Arabia from east to west and in the Emirates from Abu Dhabi to Fujairah have been given some leeways here and there. Some boats have been passing, as you said, to some countries, but still it's far from the norm. But that's why probably the prices are not skyrocketing. They are climbing little by little. But a long closure will definitely lead to more serious consequences.
I think stopping short of, a ceasefire would get it moving pretty quickly. Very unlikely. And then the other one is international naval protection, which is an option, but as you said, very difficult to police that. And I don't know unless you run a flotilla, which covers off the entirety of that. But I've also seen bizarre sketches from people online saying, I don't understand why they can't just run an entire channel which goes from Oman the entire way through. But at this stage, anything is an option. But there's been
that will take a very long time.
A very long time.
There are mountains and
geographically speaking, it's almost impossible to do it. But that's been floated as an idea there as well. But it will take either a ceasefire, for the immediate reopening, either a ceasefire right now, some sort of an agreement. But like we said, if China are getting through, Russia are getting vessels through, India are getting vessels through, deals have been done somewhere along the lines to allow those to travel through the Strait of Hormuz. And then the rest of the ships we're seeing are travelling with transponders off, so we have no eyes on what's actually getting through that channel.
Yeah, absolutely. And India's Modi had a conversation with the Iranian president, Dr. Masoud Pezeshkian, today to discuss the serious situation in the region. India's Modi, on the call with the Iranian president, expressed a deep concern over the escalation of tensions and the loss of civilian life. But also, definitely, India and Asia, China, will really suffer from this because they get so much of their oil from Iran and it comes through the Strait of Hormuz. And because they've got so many people, the volume of people, they need oil, and that is something that's absolutely crucial to those economies. And we're seeing places like Pakistan, Vietnam, Thailand already say to people, don't come into the office, we need to conserve energy. So that's where the concerns are coming in. But then obviously if we look on the flip side of this, this could benefit Russia, because America could think we could ease the sanctions on Russia and get some of that Russian oil to India and to China, so we don't see this massive spike in oil prices, because Donald Trump doesn't want that, because it pushes up inflation at home globally, and he's wanting the Fed to cut rates. So it's all really interconnected.
As a result, Putin couldn't be happier from what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, Dr. Ellie, apparently Netanyahu is holding his first press conference since the start of the war, and he says Hezbollah is going to pay a heavy price. I don't know what your thoughts on that are. So Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, the Israeli Prime Minister, speaking right now. There he is.
So when we speak about Hezbollah in general, we have to distinguish between two different things: the military capabilities of Hezbollah and the people, the support, the ideology. Definitely the military capabilities have been significantly weakened in the last war. And now again, they're making sure to continue in that process, definitely focusing on the military, on the ability to launch missiles, as we said, to hit Israel. However, when we speak about the people, when we speak about the ideology, it's the same as the situation in Gaza. What are you going to do with these people? Are you going to kill them all? Are you going to push them out of the land? This is where Israel is stuck and doesn't have alternatives, doesn't have viable solutions, doesn't have a plan for the day after. In Lebanon, it might be a bit better than the situation in Gaza, because there is a government, and the government is saying, yes, I am willing to take control. I am willing to keep things under check. But yet again, this is a government that has been given a full year and didn't do much during that year. That's why now Israel is saying, okay, we gave you the chance, now we're going to do it because you didn't. So I think the mentality and the mood and the will in Israel is just to follow all through with this, do as much damage as they can, not only to Hezbollah, but also to Lebanon. And they're going to try to have a long-term solution to the point not to have Hezbollah on their borders anytime soon in the future. And this could come as a very high cost of villages being exterminated, and even they're spraying poison on the agricultural lands and all of these stuff that we have seen.
And we were just talking about the displacement of the people in Lebanon. But, Jono, Netanyahu has also said we can create conditions for regime change, but it's up to Iran's people to take to the streets. He says he speaks with Donald Trump freely. That happens nearly every day. And he also says Iran is no longer the same Iran. I don't know what you think about that, but this isn't the first time we've heard Benjamin Netanyahu or Donald Trump calling the people of Iran to come to the streets.
And it's also the first time we've heard some sort of an end game goal, if that makes sense. Because and a lot of people will share this opinion where I've been unsure what entirely we've gone, and when the US and Israel have gone into Iran, what have they gone in for? Do we want regime change?
Yeah.
Do we want an Ayatollah who's Washington-focused, for want of a better word? Do we want the IRGC to be removed? What has been the end game?
Yeah.
Was it to topple the regime, in which case, and a tricky thing to do, and an even trickier thing to do on a war that's been fought from the sky? And actually, I hasten to believe if there's ever been a case whereby a war has been fought from the sky and there's been a regime change, I think it's ever happened, Dr. Ellie.
No.
So I think this is a really tricky thing to say. If Benjamin Netanyahu has come out and said that the people need to take to the streets, which means that basically the war will be fought by the people on the ground.
But they don't have arms.
Correct, but we're now seeing, as we said, we've seen support from Israel being given in the north to the troops to try and send them in from that direction to try and potentially get the Kurds to come in and assist. That will distract slightly from the GCC region, right now at least, and maybe attract some of the attention towards there. And we would see maybe a chance for people to get onto the streets once again, at the risk of their lives, by the way.
Yes.
But this is encouraging the people on the ground in Iran to come to the assistance of the US and of Israel to try and topple the regime, because that's the first time we've heard a kind of an end game from either the US or from Israel. And it seems like they want the people to revolt and topple the Ayatollah once again. That's what it seems to be from here.
I do believe Trump would be satisfied with a change of attitude of the regime, but Israel is keen on flipping that regime altogether. So there's a bit of distinct interests in that.
I think Israel don't want the IRGC to be completely out, removed completely, and some sort of a democratic system to come into place.
Yeah.
The US hasn't said that, but if they're asking for people to go to the streets, that's what the people wanted from those last demonstrations that we saw, which we're hearing the reports of tens of thousands of people having lost their lives when that happened. The same powers that be are in place. So it's the same risk that these people will take by getting onto the street, keeping in mind they're still in a period of mourning following the death of the Ayatollah, which was for 10 days of everything being completely shut and 40 days of mourning in total. So we're still in the middle of all of that. So taking to the streets right now for those people in Iran is a very dangerous place to be.
And we also heard from Netanyahu again, and he asked about Mujtaba Khamenei and Hezbollah leader Qassam. Thank you. And he said, I wouldn't take out any life insurance on those leaders.
Definitely. I think it's been clear for Israel that they have taken that side of the contract. They've taken the side of targeting all the leadership. And even with the American hit on Khamenei, it seems that Israeli intelligence has been cheered because they have had so much connections on the ground. They've been working in intelligence inside Iran for so much time and so many years. In Lebanon, it's the same. I mean, we saw how much Hezbollah has been infiltrated with the pagers, with the different attacks, with targeting of specific individuals in their own bedrooms with specific missiles and so on. So I think they do have the capability, they do have the know-how, and if they have the chance to kill either of the leaders, they will definitely not hesitate.
Yes, remember when the pagers went off? That was something that people just couldn't literally believe.
But again, that's a 10-year plan that was put into place by Mossad agents to be able to find exactly those specific pagers, intercept them before. I mean, that whole thing is a movie just right there.
Absolutely.
And you have to think that what's going on a day-to-day basis with the precision that some of those targets have been taken out with has been it's been methodical, but it's also been very well rehearsed, very well planned. And we've spoken about it, the access to the cameras, that we're able to see the car parks, to trace down the cars, to find out where everybody was. The whole thing, when you look at it, I don't doubt for one second that Israel have got the capability to be able to take out whoever goes into what is now becoming the most unwanted job in history.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And the United States is responsible for the deadly Tomahawk missile strike on an Iranian school. And that's according to a preliminary military investigation. The attack on the elementary school, which killed at least 175 people, most of them were children, took place on the 28th of February. Preliminary findings concluded U.S. Central Command used outdated data for the strike. It's been seen as one of the most devastating military errors that we have seen in decades. Dr. Ellie, the spotlight is on this attack on this girls' school that happened pretty much at the beginning of the US-Israeli strikes on Iran. What's the latest in the investigation at the moment?
So again, so far, as you mentioned, the preliminary investigation have shown that it is very likely that it is an American missile that hit that school and caused the death. It is likely to have been due to outdated information that was given. Now, again, where did they get this information? How accurate was the information? This is all comes into play in the further investigation. There were mentions that it could have been Israeli intelligence. As we've been saying, Israelis have been more active on the ground. But we also have to mention, I guess, two things, let alone the huge loss of these people, of the families, of the children. This is all definitely cannot be touched and should not be diminished in any way. However, we're speaking about more than 6,000 targets. Yes. One of them was a mistake. So it's a percentage that is very, very, very small in comparison to any military operation, especially with the black box, as we don't know the details of Iran. Second, which is very important, we know from Hezbollah, from the IRGC, from other Iranian militias that they operate from within the population. They operate from beneath the population. They have, hidden tunnels. They have operated in hospitals, in schools, under hospitals, under houses. So it's practically the very high possibility that we have read that there is an IRGC center very close to that school, and this is where the mistake has happened. This is very unfortunate, but again, so far, I would say it is a very understandable thing. And Jono was mentioning, I guess, also that when we put this into the size of the population that has been killed by this regime, of its own people, then they cannot be a lot of bragging and crying for.
I mean, it's a lot. In terms of so talk about 28th of February to now, that's 10% of all the deaths in Iran that have been officially declared is down to this school, which is, of course, it's tragic. These are young kids, and again, you can look at the information whereby they struck a school on a Saturday, maybe unaware that, first of all, unaware that it was a school. Second of all, unaware that, the schools are in on a Saturday in Iran. But then if you look at the protests, and we have, Iranian government figures say 3,100 people. The estimation from human rights groups is more like 6,800. And then the higher estimation from leaked sources is more in the region of 20,000 plus. So then you have to look at, these are Iranians who've been killed by the regime, the IRGC regime in place there as well. So now all of a sudden those figures, and again, like Dr. Ellie said, not to diminish that in any way, but civilian casualties are something that happens in war. Of course it's tragic, of course it's awful. I think we all had the idea when we heard it was a Tomahawk missile that we thought this is likely to be a US this was a US missile which was launched, so it's not a huge surprise. Of course it's awful, it's tragic. Civilian casualties, unfortunately, are the price to be paid in a wartime.
And it's really interesting because we heard from the new Supreme Leader today. He made his first speech, as we've been talking about, and he actually mentioned this girls' school and also said, we'll avenge our martyrs. And I was just wondering, when I heard that line in the speech, Dr. Ellie, it stood out to me, because would this be something that Iran and the Supreme Leader and the IRGC are using to try and get their people back on side, to say, look at what the US and Israel have done. They've killed our children. We need to wield the safe bet here.
Definitely, but again, as we've said many times on this show, it's between two crazy ideologies, each of them playing the victim. Iran is going to say, okay, look what they have done. I have now the right to target civilian areas in Israel. Israel is going to say, okay, the Iranians have been killing our people and threatening our people for so many times. So it's just the blame game. It's just benefiting from the others' tough positions or attacks or so on. Unfortunately, once again, like it happened in Gaza, like it is in Lebanon now, like it is everywhere, it's the civilians that pay the price for all of this insanity.
And neither of the two parties, right now where we're standing, is neither of the two parties are at that middle ground, that sweet spot that we have to try and find. And there's always a compromise. We've seen this with Ukraine and Russia, which has gone to the back burner right now. But we've seen it with the US many, many times before when they hit into some sort of a conflict like this. And the US said it wants unconditional surrender. But Iran has come back and said, well, I'll tell you what we want. Legitimate rights, military capability. We want repatriations, which is a bizarre thing to demand at the very, very start of a war. And they want to guarantee that Iran's never going to be attacked again. The US is never going to agree to those three terms.
And I don't think the international community will agree to that, and Israel either. Both of them seem to be extreme in what they want, don't they?
They're so far apart right now. And that's why I know we're 10 days into this conflict, but we're no closer to it being some sort of a middle ground to meet. And again, I think if we're to listen to the rumours that the Ayatollah is currently indisposed and that he may be unwell, he may be perfectly fine for all we know. But if you're to listen to all those echoes right now, Iran doesn't seem to be in the strongest position to be able to have this negotiating bargaining chip, except for the Strait of Hormuz.
So it's ace card, really.
That's it.
Yeah, very good point. Thank you so much for your thoughts of that. Now, it's that time of the show where Dr. Ellie and Jono have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And it's really interesting because I think we're going to start with Jono's. And Jono, I've lost my sheet of paper, but it's about a monkey.
Well, it's about a good start.
The monkey.
It's about the monkey.
Well, we all saw this guy already. He's been tugging on heartstrings for a little while. This is Punch. Punch is in a zoo in Tokyo. And here he is with his little IKEA stuffed animal, right? And everyone's been sharing videos of this. People wanted to get on board a plane, get over to Punch as quick as possible, rescue him and take him to a better life because he was being bullied by the other macaques in the area that he's in right now, in the zoo. This monkey is a scam artist, is the best way to describe it. So we've heard from the zookeepers who've said, guys, please, can you stop having sympathy for this guy? Just please stop feeling sorry for him. Handlers say he's not been bullied at all. What you're actually seeing is normal behaviour in a macaque troop. So the younger monkey gets disciplined. He should be weaned off his mother by now. He's perfectly independent, by the way. That's why his mother has left him. It's kind of enough is enough. You're done. Get out of here. I'm not supporting you anymore. Younger monkeys get disciplined.
I feel with that as a parent of teenagers.
Get out. Fend for yourself. He's got to learn his place in the group's hierarchy. So he is not a tragic outcast. He is a cheeky monkey. Apparently he's quite annoying as well. So, I mean, you've got an annoying dog. You get it. He's the annoying dog in this zoo. And he's coming over, annoying the other monkeys. And effectively, you have not been comforted by Punch for the last 3 weeks. What's happened is this monkey has gaslit the entire planet for the last number of weeks, and he's doing just fine. This is perfectly normal, as cute as it is.
It's a little menace.
It's a menace to society, yes.
It's a bit like my dog doesn't really have many friends because it's so naughty.
That's why.
But that's why we love them, because they are naughty.
But then it shows how easy and how emotional we are into things that we don't actually learn.
Yeah.
Take the time to learn about and see.
We don't understand the hierarchy that's at play here, and we've decided to stick our nose in once again and say we know better, and it turns out we don't. We don't know better, and Punch is absolutely fine.
We don't know a lot about monkey business, but that toy is from IKEA, apparently.
It is an IKEA toy,
So loads of people have been going to... Other shops are available, but yeah, so he's got his toy from... But I hope he makes some friends and settles down.
He's fine.
He's fine. OK, he's fine. Dr. Ellie... Yours is just bonkers. It's about a pasta and religion. I never thought I'd say pasta and religion, a pasta religion.
It's even worse. It's a pasta religion, yes. So the story is about this young guy, Australian, 28 years old, from Indonesian background. He has adopted pastafarianism, which is worshipping the flying spaghetti monster. Yes, I'm sorry to say it. There are people around the world who at least say they believe in this. I don't know if it's a joke. It sounds like a joke, but some people are serious about it. But this is not the funny part of the story. The funny part of the story is that this guy went to the Queensland RTA, the Roads and Transport Authority, and he used a sentence or an act in the Australian law that says, you know, you are allowed to wear headwear that is related to your religion and keep it even on your official picture or your driver's license or whatsoever. So a hijab, a turban, things like that are allowed to be kept and are respected by the Australian authorities. His argument was, this colander that I need to have over my head is part of my religious headwear since I am a pastafarian and I do worship the flying spaghetti monster. So he was actually able to convince one of the guys, and he got his photo officially put on his driver's license with this on his head. And of course now everybody is going crazy on the authorities. They've been calling him, tell him it was a mistake, please come back. And he's saying, nope, I've got it fair and square. It's based on the Australian law, and he's enjoying it and showing it.
It's a good story, though.
Everywhere.
It's great headwear. It's great headwear.
I just think sometimes inclusivity goes way too far, doesn't it?
It does when it comes to stuff like this as well. But not the strangest. I mean, there's an island that's in the South Pacific that worship Prince Philip, the late Prince Philip, the Queen's husband.
Yeah.
They worship him as their spiritual leader.
In the South Pacific?
In the South Pacific,
Amazing.
yeah. And the entire island...
Do they know he's dead?
It's been communicated. But the entire island has erected statues, and every house...
is resurrecting.
Yeah.
Every house has got a picture of Prince Philip up, and he's the be-all and end-all, yeah. So...
Well, I guess the limit is between, is it a harmless thing, let them be, these, whatever, or it becomes, something that the state needs to deal with or the laws need to deal with. This is where you actually draw the line. I think as long as it's something harmless, it's fine, and it's part of people's freedom.
I must admit, he looks really lovely and he looks very happy, and that he's just having a good time. Let him be. Thank you so much to our guests, presenter and journalist Jono Hayes and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. G&T is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Now, Lebanon has once again been drawn into conflict by Hezbollah. But this time, the militant group has even managed to trigger anger amongst its own support base. Well, more than 900 people have been killed in Lebanon, and more than 1 million people have been displaced since the fighting began. And there's even a fear, which is being expressed by the United Nations, that Lebanon could become the next Gaza. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Dr. Richard Kiyumjian, who is a former minister, head of the Foreign Affairs Department in the Lebanese Forces Party. He joins us from Beirut. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir.
You're welcome.
The Israeli army says it will carry on until, quote, all of our objectives are achieved. What's your understanding of what Israel is trying to achieve here?
Well, from what we see, I'm not here to talk on behalf of the Israelis. However, I mean, from what we see, it's to take out Hezbollah completely, because unfortunately, I mean, Hezbollah dragged Lebanon into this war. That's not the Lebanese people war. It's Hezbollah is achieving the objectives of Iran, of the Revolutionary Guards, and from one side, and from the other side, you have the Israelis. They have their own interests, their own objectives, their own war, in a way, just to root out Hezbollah and all his military and security apparatus, because, you know, as we see, Hezbollah, taking revenge of the killing of Khamenei, started this war and starting attacking Israel. It's unfortunate, but in the matter of fact, Lebanon now is in a state of war with Israel. But it's not Lebanon as a government, but it's Hezbollah, and the Lebanese people could have been spared this war by claiming neutrality and by not getting involved in that war. It's between the United States and Israel from one side and Iran on the other side. Lebanon has nothing to do with it. But again, Hezbollah, because he's a branch of the IGRC, and then he got involved because under the Iranian orders. And here we are, we have 1,000 of displaced people, hundreds of thousands, and you have a lot of destruction. The whole south now is empty. So it's not in the benefit of Lebanon, but here we go. Hezbollah is there and fighting. And you asked me about the Israel objective is to get get Hezbollah out of the whole South Lebanon, or even more. Maybe Israel would attack the Bekaa. Nobody knows actually how the war is going to evolve, but we're here we are now. So hopefully, it will end soon. Hopefully, Hezbollah would give his weapon to the state and give the whole decision, war decision, peace decision, I would say strategic decision, to the Lebanese state, to the Lebanese government, and the government, the Lebanese government will take it from there. But Hezbollah is not going to do that. So unfortunately, we're gonna stay in this state of war, of uncertainty, of Israel continuing to achieve its own goals.
Okay, I mean, the Lebanese government was instructed by the United States to do the job that Israel is now doing, namely to disarm and disband Hezbollah. If the Lebanese government couldn't do it, why do we think the Israeli armed forces are going to be able to do it?
Everybody is doing its own interest. Israel is not an NGO. I mean, to help the Lebanese, they're doing their own national interest. Well, I mean, Lebanon has to do the same well before this war. Well, before even the first Gaza war, Hezbollah got involved after October 7, feeling that he's helping, he's supporting Hamas, and he's supporting, the Iranian axis in a war, or the whole component of the Iranian axis. So, what the Lebanese government has to do has to abide by its own decision. In last August, the Lebanese government took a decision to assume sovereignty all over its territory and to disarm Hezbollah. And recently, he declared, in March 2, 2026, this year, he took the decision to disband Hezbollah and to claim that Hezbollah is an illegal military organization. So all the Lebanese government had to do, and still can do it, is to apply its own decision and political decisions. And I mean, whether by force or by coercion or by dialogue, whatever, Hezbollah has to be disarmed. Now, it may take few clashes maybe, or it's not going to be totally clean, but the Lebanese government has to affirm its own sovereignty, its own decision-making all over the land. So this is what we're not seeing it. So Israel took the liberty to act. Here we are now.
Do you think, I mean, obviously the sooner Israel meets its objectives, the sooner the war will be over. And I'm just wondering whether you think any parties are likely to join Israel's effort to crack down on Hezbollah. Do you see any appetite from within Lebanon to support this Israeli effort and essentially get this war to a conclusion all the faster?
Well, no political party in Lebanon is armed. We since the Taif Accord, since 1990, we as Lebanese forces, we were the largest militia back then. but we gave up our weapons to the Lebanese state, and we abide by the political game. So no, there is no political party willing to get involved in any fight whatsoever.
But Lebanon has an army.
We're betting on our legal, legitimate Lebanese army, Lebanese armed forces, and the political decision is already there. All we have to do is to support our army, and they can take control all over the land. So no, we're not looking for any civil war. It's between the legality, between the legitimate state, the legitimate government that took confidence from the Lebanese parliament, that has international support, the Arab support, the popular support inside Lebanon. So they have all the ingredients to act, and they could act. So we don't need to get involved as political parties. We're all, it's between the Lebanese government and Hezbollah, which is now illegal. So all the government has to do is to act. But, Lebanon and the whole blah, blah, blah going around, they're not acting till now. And here the outcomes are, Hezbollah took the freedom to get involved in that war. And unfortunately, the Lebanese people are paying the price.
Is there a risk that Syria could get drawn into this conflict in Lebanon?
We don't see it. I mean, there is contact between the President Joseph Aoun, and the President Shara. He assured him that they're not going to get involved. All they're doing now, you may see some Syrian forces on the border. They're securing their own border. And there was reports from Reuters, but it got denied by Tom Burges and by the U.S. administration that they didn't ask Syria to get involved. And I don't think they will, because they have their own problems. So, and they have neither the capacity, neither the will, neither the political decision, and I don't think it will be in their benefit. We have our army, our Lebanese army. They can control the eastern border. So Syrians, they don't have to get involved, and it's not acceptable by any Lebanese. We're not looking to see more occupation, whether Israelis or Syrian. But the situation get blown up because Hezbollah took the decision to launch that war, and we're facing now the consequences.
Where's Hezbollah getting its weaponry from? We're being told they're firing 100 rockets or so into Israel every day. They weren't supposed to have any more weapons. Where did they get them from?
No, they're not getting any new arrival of weapon shipment. They have it already here. They have it. They have some even in South Litani, unfortunately, and they have it in North Litani, in the Bekaa. They have plenty of ammunition. They're secure from their point of view, and they're in their depot. So they have enough to be able to go on with that war, but nothing is coming, neither from the sea or from through Syria. No, the border are I think secure, and they still have some ammunition from inside Lebanon.
Okay. Do you see there being a risk of an Israeli ground offensive in Lebanon, a major one?
I mean, nobody is in the head of Netanyahu or the Israelis government. So you don't know what Israel is going to do. Nobody knows whether a ground invasion reaching maybe the Bekaa or Beirut. Nobody knows. Or they can be happy with a buffer zone or a security zone with 20 kilometers depth or 25. Really, we're not in the strategic mind of Israel. All we can see if they're going to get rid of Hezbollah completely this time.
When you speak to Lebanese people, and clearly people must be angry that their country has been drawn into a war once again. I mean, it's been less than 2 years since the last war with involving Israel and Hezbollah. Where do they direct their anger? Who are they angry at?
Well, I can tell you easily that like 85%, I mean, even among Shia, you know, I would say much more than before. A lot of Lebanese from all communities, whether Christian or Druze or Sunni or even Shia, they're angry at Hezbollah getting involved in this war because we're dragged into it and there is no Lebanese interest whatsoever. Why you're doing this? I mean, for Iran, I mean, to take revenge of the killing of Khamenei. I mean, there is no Lebanese interest whatsoever. So, all the Lebanese people, I would say, not only 85%, they feel like it's not their war. It's not in the benefit of their national interest. It's not to liberate any occupied land. It's like an absurd war that Hezbollah took us to it, and he's fighting. He's killing its own community. You know, you have like 1 million of Shia displaced. The losses, the economic losses are in the billions. So it's absurd, and it's not in the interest of Lebanese people, and all Lebanese are against it.
Do you think that a better, more stable, Hezbollah-free Lebanon is going to emerge from this chapter?
I didn't understand the question.
My question is, do you think that a more stable Lebanon and one that is free of Hezbollah is going to emerge from this chapter?
I'm hopeful and I'm optimistic, honestly, despite the state that we are in now. But I think after we get rid of the military and the security apparatus of Hezbollah, things they will be much better, and Lebanon can join the community of nations where we have a rule of law, we have democracy, we have freedom, and we can live a normal life. But, you know, imagine a political faction that have weapons and it's affiliated to a foreign power. That's a disaster. And I think once Hezbollah either gives up its weapon to the Lebanese state, or unfortunately Israel is going to do it, then Lebanon must be much better in a better place, in a better shape.
So you're of the view that this is the last chapter in the book of Hezbollah?
I hope it will be the last war that that some foreign powers are getting Lebanon dragged in. You know, before we had like the Palestinians, then we had the Syrians, then the Hezbollah and the Iranians. We're fed up, and Lebanese people want to live in peace and in security like any other society. So yes, the Lebanese people are, aspire to a normal life, and hopefully at the end of the tunnel we'll see the light.
Okay, we certainly hope so. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Richard Kiyomjian, former Minister, Head of the Foreign Affairs Department of the Lebanese Armed Forces Party. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
You're welcome.
Now, there has been fresh deadly violence in neighbouring Iraq as a consequence of this US-Israeli war in Iran. And for the second time since the conflict began, the US Embassy in Baghdad has been targeted today. Well, to find out more about what all of this means for Iraq, let's speak now to Professor Ahmed Rushdi, who is a political analyst who joins us now from Baghdad. Professor Rushdi, thank you for joining us. There seems to be growing evidence of this conflict spilling over into Iraq. And I just want to ask you, first of all, how dangerous a moment do you think this is for your country?
Yes, of course. It's a very dangerous moment, especially we are losing the international community support in a way or another. The last mission, the last diplomatic mission left Iraq today was the Saudi diplomatic mission. So you can imagine, as everyone is leaving, everyone's seeing Iraq as dangerous. Of course, it will give us some sort of a fear, is that eventually if Iraq were going to be swung into the conflict that happened between the two. It's supposed to be our partners, because Iran and the US already has a good relations with Iraq. It's supposed to be like that. So you can imagine how much it's difficult. Of course, we are not forming a government until now. There is no legitimate Iraqi government until now. We only have a caretaker government. So you can imagine how much the situation is dangerous politically, economically, and even socially.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Iran really caught between two allies here, the United States on the one side, Iran on the other side. And I think Iraq is the only country to have been struck by both sides since this war began. Do you think Iraq has to choose between the United States and Iran, or can it have both?
Well, it depends on the leaders. It depends how the Iraqi leaders seeing the situation. And the most important thing is that how they are seeing the future of Iraq. Because it depends also, a very important issue is that how much the political leader has appreciation for the political process itself. Because as we all know, is that after elections, after the November elections, until now, we didn't manage, or the Iraqi leaders didn't manage to be to reach some sort of a compromise, to reach to nomination of a single prime minister, or at least a president. So you can imagine is that Iraq is in a very delicate situation. But I hope, which every Iraqi, I think they are hope something like that, is that all those leaders seeing the situation as Iraqi prospect, not others' prospect, which is also a very important issue that we should focus on now.
Yeah, I mean, Iraq has a prime minister that Washington seems to quite like, and I'm talking about Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani. But there is another former prime minister waiting in the wings, Nouri al-Maliki, who President Trump seems to have a real issue with. Why is that? Why has he singled him out as being the one person he does not want to rule Iraq?
Well, I don't think President Trump has this vision from the American prospect only. I think everyone's seeing Mr. Maliki a threat to them. Gulf countries, Arab countries, international community, and even some ethnic partners, Iraqi ethnic partners, because what Iraq suffered during the Maliki era show all Iraqis and the others is that it's not possible to return to this era. This is first. The second thing is that even Mr. Sudani does not treating, or let's say making some sort of discussions with Mr. Sudani does not mean the Americans are actually like Sudani to stay a long time, because what Iraq needs a legitimate government, and legitimacy come from president election inside the parliament. Then the president will appointed a prime minister, a candidate, a prime minister. Then the prime minister should make a government. Then the government will come to the parliament to make vote for them. So you can imagine how much the situation is complicated. So all these steps, I think Mr. Maliki thinks that he can pass all those steps, but I don't think the others will accept something like that, even inside the Itar, even inside the Shia Itar, who are supposed to be the one who can make him a candidate for prime minister. But it shows now that he does not have the consensus, or let's say the majority of votes inside the Itar, first. And secondly, he has also opponents who seeing him that it will be a very dangerous candidate for all of Iraq, for all the political process, which led by the Shia in Iraq, that Maliki will be the prime minister. Because eventually, if the Americans, if the international community, if the Arab countries does not want Maliki, how Iraq can survive?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, a dangerous moment for Iraq, and the country is really torn in two different directions. Who can help? Which countries does Iraq look to as being honest brokers that could perhaps help Iraq get through this dangerous time?
Well, I think all the countries can help Iraq in this dangerous time. The problem is that how Iraq is looking for them, because Iraqis should now focus on something very important, is that how we can help each other first, and secondly, how to convince those countries is that we need your help and we will not attack you. Because when all the diplomatic missions leave Iraq, it is a very, very dangerous issue. And that's what the Prime Minister, Mr. Soudani, said today, is that he announces that leaving of those diplomatic missions means Iraq actually is necked in a way or another, does not have any support from the international community. So we are a very dangerous situation. Economically speaking, we cannot export oil anymore because of Strait of Hormuz and what's happening there. Salaries we have a problem on them. We have already affiliation. We have already unemployment, high unemployment percentage. And already infrastructure in Iraq is not rebuilt since 2003 in a way or another, seeing a real rebuilding of new Iraq after 2003. So all those problems are on the shoulder of the Prime Minister, Mr. Soudani. He is seeing things, I think it's a very accurate way, is that it's a very dangerous issue is that everyone is leaving Iraq. And eventually, his responsibility is not to be a part in this war, either from the east side or the west side, because seeing Iraq as a partner, or let's say a part of this war, it will make a devastating future for Iraq. But I don't think Mr. Soudani or even the ITA leaders have the strength to go forward and do something like that. Maybe under the table, yes, but legally or loudly, clearly, I don't think so.
Yeah, Professor Rushdie, since you mentioned the Strait of Hormuz and the effect that's having on Iraqi oil exports, I wanted to ask you, I mean, Iraq does have some pipeline infrastructure and some of it is being used. I'm just wondering how important is that? How much of a lifeline is that pipeline, given that the Strait of Hormuz is off limits for the time being?
Well, after 2003, and even before that, the idea of the Minister of Oil is that why we are only making our oil export from Hormuz Strait and also Jihan port in Turkey. We should have some sort of a line or a pipeline reaching the Red Sea because it's not easy, or let's say it's not possible at that time to reach the Mediterranean Sea. So after 2003, a suggestion of a pipeline from Basra to Aqaba in Jordan to the Red Sea, it was one of the survival plan. If something happened in the Strait of Hormuz or something happened with Turkey. But the problem is that the Shia or the majority inside the parliament of the Shia actually attack this suggestion, saying is that this pipeline will export oil to Israel, so which is not right eventually. But the real problem that we have now is that we cannot export oil from Strait of Hormuz. From Jihad we can only export about 200,000 barrels per day, which is something very few. It's not few; it's very few. It's something we cannot cope with because Iraq export nearly 4 million barrels per day. So you can imagine the shortage that we will have, and it will affect economy-wide because 90% of the budget is from oil export. So you can imagine how much is now the economical situation is on the edge, and all of the leaders are looking for the central bank, and the reservoir in the central bank is that how the central bank, the Iraqi central bank, can manage things at least for the next 3 or 4 months only for the salaries. Then after that, what's going to happen? So you can imagine how much Iraq is in a very delicate situation and how much Iraq needs the international community. Because if the international community cannot understand something like that, Iraq will be in a very big problem, economically speaking, and which also affects politics in Iraq.
Right. So as you mentioned, the fact that salaries might stop being paid, people are going to get increasingly angry, and that's going to result in tensions being ratcheted up. Iraq, of course, home to all of these different armed groups that seem to be aligned with Tehran. There's the PMF, the Popular Mobilization Forces, or the Hashd al-Shabi, which has been targeted by the United States in recent days as well. They did warn, well, one of the groups under that umbrella, which is Kataib Hezbollah, they warned of total war in the event that Iran was attacked. Now, Iran has been attacked. Are they standing by that threat, do you think, or are they showing restraint?
Well, I think the situation will be dangerous day by day, because at the first days, the Hashd al-Shabi, the Fasa'il, only used drones. Now they are using drones and missiles. So you can imagine how much the situation being dangerous. This is first. Secondly, the Americans already targeting leaders of the Fasa'il, of the Hashd al-Shabi. I think yesterday there's been massacre. About 3 or 4 leaders have been killed. So you can, yesterday or today, so you can imagine the situation will be in a very delicate situation, in a very delicate way, day by day. Now, the problem is that are those who are leading the Fasa'il or the Hashd are really Iraqis or Iranian? Because it looks like choosing the target is actually was actually very good plans, targeting the objects in a way that it looks like they are on a military mind. It's not only militia. So you can imagine is that all those Fasa'il, all those brigades inside the Hashd al-Shabi are actually targeting the U.S. military and also civilian. In a way or another, the embassy is more diplomatic, not a military one. But the main aspect of this issue is that how much time they will stand on that way, on that road, first. Secondly, how much the Iraqi government will stay hands up from them. Because if the Americans will choose to make some sort of some sort of a blockage, economical blockage against Iraq because of the presence of those Fasa'il, of those brigades inside the Hashd al-Shabi, and they are targeting Americans and so on, it will be another problem that I don't think Iraq can manage it. So it's a very complicated situation. Yes, it's military, but also it has a political effect and economical effect. For the political effect, there is a very important issue, is that already fighting the Americans have some sort of a sympathy inside the Shia community. And what the Fasa'il is doing is that using this sympathy to make a pressure on the Itar to make Maliki a candidate, not to withdraw his nomination. So you can imagine how much it is a very good planned situation, is that using military actions, get the sympathy, use it as a political issue to get a hands up on the Shia majority, on the Itar, who are against Maliki, and make Maliki still a nominator, still a candidate for prime minister until the end of war, and then we can see what's going to happen. Because I don't think they're going to accept any prime minister who will be in a balance or, let's say, pro-American. I don't think the Iranian will accept something like that, because, as you know, the blockage, the economical blockage to Iran made a massive bad things for them on the economical aspect, which make them depend more about Iraq. So Iraq is actually the lung of Iran. So on this situation, I don't think the Fasa'il will withdraw. I think the Fasa'il will go forward until the end of the war.
Okay. And just lastly, Professor Rushdie, I mean, clearly you've painted a picture of a country in which there is understandably still a lot of lingering anti-US sentiment. 211,000 or more Iraqis died as a result of the 2003 US invasion of your country. But on the other hand, when you look at Iran's track record in the region, and you look at how it has brought Lebanon to its knees time and time again, it's been driven out of Syria in a fairly spectacular way, and Syria seems to have really rebounded as a result. And you look at Iran's economy, which is totally crippled and has been for a long time. I mean, doesn't Iran seem like an unattractive team to be on for the Iraqi people?
Yes, of course. What you said is very accurate inside the Iraqi community, but it depends on the ethnicity. The Shia and the Kurds, the Sunni and the Kurds seeing the situation is that Iran have been hallucinating Iraq. Iran have been withdraw the economy drop by drop from Iraqis. But the Shia community is something else. Yes, they were against Iranian before the war, before this war. And now it looks like there's some sort of a sympathy in a way or another. But the most important thing is that what Iran did, which I don't think it was very accurate, is that targeting Gulf countries. Because targeting Gulf countries make even the Shia Arab looking as Iran as not as a Shia. It's more about Persian attacking Arabs. And we all know is that the Gulf countries, actually they are always announcing that they are away from the war between the US and the Iranian, and they are not accepting any attack coming from their lands against the Iranian. Yes, there are bases, but they are not in a Gulf country's lands. So attacking Dubai, attacking Kuwait, attacking Saudi Arabia, attacking even Oman, it looks like everyone from the Gulf countries are being targeted by the Iranians. So it gives Iraqis some sort of a reflex is that Iranian is targeting everyone. So why we should stand with them? Especially 20 years of the political process, which is yes, made by the Americans, headed by the Iranians. They didn't give us anything, only corruption, unemployment, bad infrastructure, and so on. So this war, actually, the results of the war is very important for Iraqis because it will give us either hope or desperate. We are in the middle, my friend, and we are looking for the rockets between the two sides. So we are looking always on the sky and hope we are not being targeting one day. But the problem is that the result of this war is very important for Iraqis, is very important for the future of Iraqis. That's why Iraqis emotionally thinking that maybe it will be the end of their desperate because 20 years of bad things happened to them since the invasion of 2003. At least they are looking for the new future, maybe after the end of this war.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Professor Ahmed Roshdi, political analyst in Baghdad. Thank you for your time, sir.
You're most welcome.
Now, with a strong sense of forever war fatigue in the United States, let's find out more now about how this latest US-Israeli military engagement with Iran is playing out politically in the United States. We're joined by Amanda Mackey, Republican strategist and lawyer, who joins us from Florida. Amanda, great to have you with us, as always. President Trump spoke at the White House on Monday evening. What were the main messages that stood out for you?
I think the main messages were that he's not relenting, he's not giving up, and that victory is really the only option that he has. I don't think he conveyed it that way, but I think that's the reality here. We have waged a war. Unfortunately, our UN allies, NATO allies, have not come with us. And, he is trying to make it so that it is not just all being borne on Israel and the United States. When everyone recognizes that the regime in Iran is terrible, that it's oppressive, and that it kills its own people for simply expressing their opinions. But I think what he tried to say was really, 7,000 targets were struck. 90% reduction in ballistic missile launches. There are successes that we've had. We've taken out the leadership. And so, again, with this morning's news of taking out Soleimani, who was the head of the Basij, and taking out Larijani, these are two very pivotal figures in really who has been running this war since the supreme leader was taken out nearly 3 weeks ago. President Trump's just trying to show that we are winning and that our allies should come with us.
I want to ask you, Amanda, because you're from a significant community of Americans of Iranian heritage, and I'm wondering how this particular demographic is reacting to these developments, what they make of the president's actions and decisions so far, Amanda.
Well, I think the diaspora spread throughout, the world, Paris, Germany, parts of the United States, Los Angeles, New York, Washington, D.C. We are all in the streets, we are excited and glad to show our support for a United States president who is finally willing to put the might of the United States behind the Iranian people. It's never been the case that the Iranian people felt that any U.S. president or administration was really supportive of them. And so, when you had in 2010 the Green Movement and President Obama had an opportunity, didn't take it. Now you have President Trump actually doing something about it. And that is not an easy decision for a United States president to make, especially at a time like this, going into an election. So we as Iranian people who are part of the diaspora are so proud to see a president doing something about the people of Iran, not the regime in Iran. And that is something that we just haven't seen. 47 years, as everyone's been talking about, of hell for Iranian people to pay. And we finally have a president who's willing to do something, and we're very proud of that.
Right, and as you sort of suggest there, this is a risk politically for President Trump. This is a gamble, and it's off-brand as well, because this is the same president who, in 2024, was saying things like, you're not going to have a war with me, you're not going to have a third world war with me. And I'm just wondering whether supporters of President Trump, at least some of them, are feeling betrayed at the moment.
Well, it's natural for the MAGA base to feel like this is not the president that I supported. He was the war dove, not the war hawk that we all wanted. It was the first time that a Republican president actually didn't want to perpetrate wars, especially in the Middle East, with Americans just tiring of that, especially the MAGA base. And the MAGA base isn't just Republican or conservative. It's just a lot of times people who didn't want to see wars start or escalation of wars. That is a difficult thing for the president, which is why I said in the beginning, victory is really the only option. We're in this war. Trump believes that they are an existential threat. And he has made the case that for the safety of Israel, for the safety of the world, Iran needs to be taken out. The regime of Iran needs to be taken out. And most importantly was what happened to the people of Iran in January, where over 30,000 young lives were massacred. And so the president has staked his claim on this. And as I said, victory is the only option. And this may be, I think, it is the most important and significant thing about his both terms of his first term and this term. This will be the most significant what the outcome is of what happens in Iran.
Okay. And of course, there are these influential voices in the United States. You've got the Tucker Carlsons, the Joe Rogans, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, all of them saying this is, not America first that we're seeing here. This is Israel first, they say. And I'm wondering how widely held you think that view is?
Well, again, I think, the losers, are the people who say we can't win and we're not going to try, and this is something that we don't want to pursue. And President Trump is saying, come to the winning side. This is how we're going to take out a regime that has to be taken out. There isn't a single person that you mentioned that acknowledges that Iran is in any way, the regime is good for the people of Iran. They're corrupt, and we know this. We know what they've done to their people. We know what they've done in the hostilities they've created, the American lives that have been lost at the hands of the Iranians over the last 47 years. And so what they are saying is, yes, we don't want to start wars. And President Trump is saying this is the only way that we can win and secure a peaceful Middle East is to do this. And so they want to be on the side of not wanting to pursue war. And that is understandable. That has been a MAGA base platform. But what President Trump has done, and it's hard to see all the successes, but that's why, you asked what President Trump was saying. He's trying to kind of tick off all the successes that we've had. And then we wake up this morning to even more successes of the regime being taken out and really being handcuffed in a way that they might have people with their mosaic structure of leadership. They may have others, but it's not in tandem. They're not working together. And the president seems to be a long distance from where the military is. And you see the military forces being broken down. And so President Trump is trying to make a difference in the Middle East. And the voices that you're talking about don't want to see that. No matter what, no matter where, they don't want to see that.
I just want to pick up on something you were saying a little bit earlier on about the NATO allies, and I could detect a sense of, frustration, exasperation, perhaps you could even say, from President Trump these last few days at his allies, his traditional European NATO allies. Where are they? Why they're not getting involved? And their argument is that this is not a NATO war. The United States was not attacked. The United States did the attacking and didn't necessarily consult those allies. And, they're a little bit aggrieved themselves. Greenland springs to mind. And there's been a volley of insults, mostly coming one way across the Atlantic from the White House. I mean, do you think perhaps there needs to be a bit of a rethink in how this administration deals with allies and makes them feel like they actually are allies?
I think that's a great question. I mean, to see, Italy and Germany, I mean, the leader of Germany was here just a few weeks ago. So, to see them, and then of course we'll have the Irish leader here today. I think the fact that the president feels like this should be something that they care more about because they are more, Europe certainly is more reliant on the Strait of Hormuz than the United States are. We are a net exporter of oil, and these are the countries that actually rely on them, and that the prices, when they shoot up for the price of a barrel of oil, it affects them more than it affects us. Certainly it's affecting us here, though. So to answer your question, simply, I would say President Trump feels that he's doing the bidding, as he has always felt he's done the bidding for the NATO countries, where the United States is putting in more of an effort than those countries are in return. So I think from his perspective, if that's what you're asking me, I think he believes he's helping them and they should be in turn helping with this effort, and they're not, and they're backing away. I guess Japan might be a possibility, but the other countries, Italy, Germany, Australia, have said no. So you basically have, from the president's perspective, that these countries are not helping when they in fact need to be. And so is he going to be more diplomatic with him? Is he going to be more willing to, work with them? I think this is just who President Trump is, and what he believes is that they should be part of this.
Yeah, I mean, just, the way he's spoken about the British Prime Minister, saying he's no Winston Churchill, and various other comments. I mean, it doesn't seem, incomprehensible that same Prime Minister might be unwilling to, dance to the president's tune here, even if there is some national interest for the United Kingdom.
Well, he ultimately did. I mean, at first he said, no, you can't use our bases. And then he ultimately caved. So I think that, President Trump is, he is a smash mouth tactician. I mean, he does go after people, and he uses, blunt force to do it. And, if he calls, Keir Starmer, you're no Churchill, he's pointing out something that he believes you should be with us on this. You should not be keeping us out of using your bases. And so ultimately, Keir Starmer did, the prime minister did cave. But the point is that this is who President Trump is, and this is what President Trump believes. So I think for the leaders in Europe, if they are wondering what they should be thinking about this, they should be thinking in Trump's head, what is he going to do? And figuring out why he's doing this. Is it in their best interest or not? And I believe that with the price of oil shooting up, these countries should be helping in the Strait of Hormuz when they're more impacted with it than we are.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, because you mentioned affordability and the effects on the U.S. economy just a while ago in one of your previous answers. What are the visible effects of this war already for, average U.S. consumers? How is this being felt on Main Street?
Well, I think right now what you're feeling is obviously the price of gas has gone up and diesel has gone up. Diesel was in the $3 range. Now it's in the $5 range. That's a significant jump. And the reason that I point out diesel, gas certainly went up too, but diesel is how goods are transported. And so if goods are transported when diesel has gone up almost 50%, then you have a problem because the cost of goods are going to start going up. And that's where people are going to feel more of a macro impact than just the price of gas. You know, people can say, oh, well, you know, I walk to work, or I don't need gas, you know, I don't use it as much. Or, you know, for those who don't frequently need it, or can say, well, I can withstand a $2 increase in gas or a $1 increase in gas. What they can't withstand is for those everyday products that they're buying multiple times a week or multiple times a month that are going to go up because the price of oil has gone up, which means the price of diesel has gone up. So the transportation costs have also gone up for their everyday goods and services. That's a problem. And again, I want to stress, we're going into an election November. We are 7 months away. Almost 7 months away from an election. This is going to be very challenging for the members of Congress, all of which are on the ballot, and then the 1/3 of the members of the Senate who are on the ballot. This is going to be very problematic for them. And President Trump is not at the top of the ticket, though everything that he does, in essence, is at the top of the ticket.
Yeah, and just lastly, I mean, just before we wrap up, I mean, as you say, we're 7 months away from the midterms. I mean, do you think there is the potential, and again, this is wearing your hat of being from the Iranian diaspora as well, do you think there is the potential for him to turn this around and translate what's been happening in Iran into a victory in time to give him that boost that he clearly needs, well, the GOP needs, ahead of the midterms?
Yeah. As I said, victory is the only option here. And he has set a timeline of 4 to 6 weeks. The Israelis have said just this week that it's going to be longer than that. So I think Americans' patience will wear thin, especially with conflicts in the Middle East. We are so against that, especially in the MAGA base. But, people are just tired of it. We've seen the effects of the war, the long-lasting war, the never-ending wars, as people call it. And we just don't want to see our treasures, our members of the military, fighting and dying in a war fought for another country that has nothing to do with the United States and in many Americans' opinions. So the more deaths we see, the more challenging this becomes. The more prices go up, the more challenging this becomes. As the days drag on, the more challenging this becomes. So this needs to be a quick operation. And I will say, taking out the head of the Basij and really the person who was in charge of everything, taking them out today is a huge step in the right direction of really neutering this regime. And if that can happen swiftly and quickly with as few lost lives as possible on the American side, that is the best thing for the president going into an election.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Amanda Mackie, Republican strategist and lawyer, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you have the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension. Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief, they call it the main threat to Israel. They used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension. I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. The United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic, the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Operation Protective Edge, 2014. There weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. So at the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
You know, you have Benjamin Netanyahu in power for so long and seeming to ride every challenge against him. His claim has been for years that Iran is very close to achieving a nuclear weapon. I mean, that's been going on for quite a while, that narrative. How have you regarded the evidence versus the claims?
I'm not an expert in those fields. I can only quote what everybody else has said. Tulsi Gabbard, who's responsible for national intelligence, she said the evidence said no. The IAEA, belatedly, the IAEA stated, the head of the IAEA stated that there was no concerted effort on Iran's side to create a nuclear weapon. So based on the available evidence, the answer seems to be there isn't evidence. I would say, my opinion, Iran would be foolish not to acquire a nuclear weapon. So you have to assume that if that's my rational judgment, it's probably the rational judgment of many people in Iran as well. There are two possibilities. Possibility number, okay, let me just backtrack a bit. There are claims that Iran has been in violation of aspects of the inspections. I read the IAEA report. I probably have it right over here, as a matter of fact.
Not to worry.
I read the IAEA report, and I think a reasonable conclusion is that the IAEA inspectors are being truthful, and I don't have any reason to doubt their truthfulness, though I don't like what the head of the IAEA did. He released the report, gave Israel and the U.S. the pretext to attack, and then belatedly, after the attack, declared that there's no evidence that Iran is embarked on a program to create nuclear weapons. That could easily have been in the report. So when Iran says the IAEA was complicit in the attack or facilitated it, I think that's correct. In any event, it seemed plausible that Iran had carried on some enrichment that wasn't revealed to the IAEA, or they tried to conceal it from the IAEA, that the expression is sanitized, which basically means destroyed some evidence. Yeah, I think those things are all plausible. However, having said that, we have to be clear about basic facts. First of all, everybody is in violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Everybody likes to quote the part that non-nuclear powers who are signatories to the treaty aren't allowed to build nuclear weapons. They're allowed to use nuclear power for peaceful purposes. But there's another part to the treaty which everybody seems to forget. Article 6 says that the nuclear powers have to get rid of the weapons. They have to negotiate in good faith to eliminate the weapons. Now, most people will yawn, well, that's not really possible. I'm sorry. That's in the treaty, Article 6. In 1996, there was a major International Court of Justice advisory opinion. The question was, is the threat or use of nuclear weapons legal under international law? I won't go through the specifics, but I will go to the very end where the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, says there has to be good faith negotiations to eliminate nuclear weapons. Now, the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, was signed in 1968. We're in 2025. I think that's a long time. And if those weapons have not been eliminated, when I say those weapons, I mean by the US, the UK, France, the Soviet Russia, and China. I don't think Pakistan and India are signatories to the NPT. But those five, they were obliged. So they're in breach of the treaty. Who are they to lecture Iran about being in breach of the NPT when they're in breach of the NPT? That's the first point. The second point is, I'm just going to give you a historical, not so much an analogy coming before. Since somebody mentioned that on my screen, there's Professor Chomsky on my computer screen, I'll tell you a small anecdote, okay? You're much too young to remember, but after World War II, there was a very famous case in the United States of a two people named Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, and another person, Morton Sobel. They were accused of giving atomic bomb secrets to the Russians, okay? That they had stolen information from Los Alamos, where the atomic bomb was made, and transferred it to the Russians, or the Soviets at the time. And it was a big cause of the left, because Ethel and Julius Rosenberg had been in the Communist Party, and they left already, but they had been in it, and it became a big case. The Rosenbergs, save the Rosenbergs. The Rosenbergs were eventually executed. Now, everybody on the left believed the Rosenbergs were innocent. And Professor Chomsky is a person of the left. And we had many conversations about the subject. And he said, you know, I think they were guilty, the Rosenbergs. It turned out he was half right and half wrong. Ethel Rosenberg was innocent. Julius Rosenberg had done very low-level spying, nothing to do with the atomic bomb, but low-level spying, okay? Why do I tell this story? You're wondering, why am I going back 75 years to the Rosenberg case? Here's why. Nobody will ever doubt, I don't believe, Professor Chomsky's moral judgment or his political acumen. He was in a class all his own, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would agree with that. And he said to me on a couple of occasions, he said to me, I think they were guilty, and I think they did the right thing. He said, imagine the world after World War II if the U.S. had a monopoly in nuclear weapons. It would have been a catastrophe. We know how the U.S. carries on, even without the monopoly. Now, with that in mind, I think that there are two possibilities. One, as you might know, there are many regions in the world which declared nuclear weapons-free zones. There is the Treaty of Tlatelolco for Latin America. There's the Treaty of Rarotonga for the South Pacific. And there's one for Africa. The local regions decided, we are declaring these nuclear weapon-free zones. No country in this region can get them. There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
So let me ask you then, Professor, if Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't have, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's not a question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction. Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. So it wouldn't use it, but it would be a deterrent.
Why do you think the USA, if I can use the term, tolerates Israel so much if it has gone through the chicanery to get its nuclear weapons, if it's often, flouts these international laws? Why is the US so tolerant of it?
Look, that's all. That's like what you call one of these age-old questions, whether it's the dog wagging the tail wagging the dog. I think it's a combination. Obviously, let's take the current situation. Uppermost in President Trump's mind, is the deal with Saudi Arabia. He keeps calling it the deal of the century. Okay? And for the Saudis, it would be a good thing to defang Iran and to neutralize Iran. So it serves a U.S. interest. It serves a U.S. interest broadly, and it serves a Trump interest narrowly. He wants that deal with Iran, with Saudi Arabia. So there is that element, and there is the element of the Israel lobby, in my opinion, that's indisputable. I think it's a combination. It's hard to separate out the extent to which it's U.S. national interests that are operative and the extent to which it's the Israel lobby. If you take the case of Gaza, obviously Israel had its own interest in wanting to solve the Gaza question. But there was a U.S. interest. The U.S. interest was very straightforward. The U.S. relies on Israel to terrify, to keep in place, to subjugate and to subordinate the Middle East. October 7th appeared to reveal a real weakness in the Israeli intelligence, Israeli technological capacity. It revealed a major weakness. And obviously, after October 7th, the thought started running through the heads of many Arabs, hey, maybe Israel isn't as invincible as we thought it was. This ragtag Hamas army, maybe they can be defeated, Israel, if Hamas could do it. So there's a thought that starts to percolate in the Arab world that maybe there's a military option against Israel after all. And for the United States, that means its main regional surrogate of U.S. power, it has to be restored. Its deterrence capability has to be restored. So the United States was, for its own interest, it was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza. So it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza or what's left of Gaza.
Let me ask you, with so much that's gone on since we spoke about a year ago, to what extent do you think Israel's standing in the world, its reputation, perhaps even with the US, where Donald Trump has said he's very angry with Prime Minister Netanyahu and with Israel in general, how much has that reputation been hurt, both of the country and of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I think that's a difficult question because there's a difference between a temporary and a permanent harm. You're old enough to remember Operation Cast Lead, 2008-9. That caused huge demonstrations around the world. Huge. And if you remember, Israel was in a very tenuous position after Richard Goldstone the South African jurist who was Jewish and by his own self-description, a Zionist, had produced this devastating report on what Israel had done in Gaza. You might recall there were fears that Tzipi Livni would be arrested at the British airport under what's called universal jurisdiction. Why do I mention it? Because nobody even remembers Operation Castlet. It's completely forgotten. So whether this current horror will have a permanent impact or it will prove to be a transient impact, I can't say. Remember, for my generation, growing up, for our generation, the defining political experience was the war in Vietnam, right? Now Vietnam is one of the U.S.'s main allies in Asia.
You know, it's interesting that there is a speculation that Benjamin Netanyahu wants to continue the conflicts, wants to keep everything on edge and in flux in order to avoid prosecution himself for various things he's been charged with, as well as, of course, to stay in power. How do you regard that kind of perspective?
You know, I'm very skeptical of these arguments for a very simple reason. There's a complete consensus across the Israeli spectrum on wanting to annihilate Gaza and embracing the attack on Iran and Hezbollah, obviously. These attempts to kind of home in on Mr. Netanyahu as if he's the source of the problem, I just think that's completely wrong-headed. Every few years you hear these predictions. Netanyahu's term is over. He's over. It's over. I mean, you can probably fill a book now with these predictions, okay? But that's not what happened. Netanyahu is the mirror, is the embodiment, the incarnation of Israel society.
The whole of society?
He's an obnoxious, self-righteous Jewish supremacist. An obnoxious, self-righteous Jewish supremacist. When Israelis see Mr. Netanyahu, they see themselves. That's why he keeps winning the elections. So,
but sorry, what about the protests against him?
The protests against him have to do with things like separation of church and state in Israel, preserving the alleged independence of the judiciary, the policy on the hostages. But that's not what we're talking about. I said regarding Gaza and Iran. And there's a broad consensus. If you look at the polls, just take, Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. You know, every morning we have to know what Israelis think, you know. It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had one egg or two eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. You know, everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what do the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that one half of Israelis, 47%, one half of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. So, have you read any significant dissent in the Israeli ruling elite on the policy of annihilating Gaza? Has any single Israeli sitting in office or out of office or the opposition, has anyone said, no, I think it's morally wrong to annihilate Gaza? Nobody says that.
Do you think...
Does anyone say, no, I don't think it was right to break international law and attack Iran? Did anyone say that? Now, as a senior intelligence official in the Obama administration, the most senior, he said that the attack on Hezbollah, the walkie-talkie attack, he described it as pure terrorism. That's what he said, it was pure terrorism. Did anyone in the Israeli ruling elite say, oh, that was terrible, that was pure terrorism?
Do you believe, though, Israelis see the pictures of the conditions in Gaza, the starving children, the degree to which the place has been completely flattened? I mean,
I think these questions, I appreciate the questions, but they represent, not by you, but the questions themselves represent a high level of what, let's call it, naivete. First of all, the opposition leader in Israel said, quote, our IDF kill children as a hobby. He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. You know, in our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide. That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. How could they not know? Israel's a small country. It's very tribalistic. They all come together in moments of crisis, right? You're telling me that all these Israeli soldiers are posting on the web what they're doing in Gaza. They're posting it. If you're posting it, it must mean you don't fear being ostracized. You don't boast about it, that you're annihilating cities. You don't boast about it if you feared ostracism. You're telling me when the conscripts come home, they don't tell anybody what was going on in Gaza? Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet, of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. Of course they know. When doctors report that children are being systematically shot in the head and in the chest, foreign doctors report that, The Israelis don't know? No.
Considering how openly, as you say, these genocidal kind of goals or tendencies are expressed, is there any chance that Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu will appear in the International Court of Justice in the ICC?
The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see, and the ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court because all the prosecutors were Africans, African leaders. It got a little bit embarrassing under Luis Ocampo, and so they then got Fatou Bensouda, an African woman, to do the dirty work. She was a total crook. And
I have to say, these are your opinions, just to make sure.
Well, I've written a book about it, and I've now written the second book about it. The first book was called I Accuse, about Fatou Bensouda, and now I'm coming out with a new book in a couple of months entitled Gaza's Grave Diggers, an inquiry into corruption in high places. And I go through the record of Bensouda and several others. So the ICC, a very distinguished international lawyer whose name I can't reveal because it'll cause him grief, he said it's not a court. It's simply a contrivance of the West to keep the other people, non-Westerners, in line. But ICJ is a different story. The International Court of Justice. Now, as you know, in January 2024, January 26th, they found that Israel was plausibly committing genocide in Gaza. But those were preliminary hearings. I don't want to go through the technicalities. The case hasn't actually been heard. The full case hasn't actually been heard. I think there's a reasonable possibility. It all really depends on the composition of the court, because it's a nation-state-based court. Who's going to be the president? Who's going to be on the court? Right now, they have a complete crook as the vice president of the court, Julia Sabatindi from Uganda. In my forthcoming book, I have a 100-page chapter on her. She's a complete and total crook. They're afraid, everybody knows it, but people are afraid to say it because she's the first African woman on the court. So, because of wokeness, you're not allowed to call a woman a crook, let alone a woman of color a crook. Well, guess what? She's a woman. She's a woman of color, and she's a colossal crook. Julia Sabatindi, she's currently the vice president of the International Court of Justice. And there are a couple of fellows like Mr. Tomka, Judge Tomka from Slovakia, Judge Orescu from Romania, who you might call minor league crooks. But there is a phalanx of people on the court who, A, believe there's plausible evidence of genocide, but B is important. In January, then in March, and then in May, the court issued what's called the indicated provisional measures. And that's just a fancy term for, we told Israel, there's evidence that you're committing genocide. So you have to do A, B, C, and D to prevent the genocide. Okay, you have to allow in humanitarian aid. You have to tell your army to stop carrying on in this way. Israel ignored all the provisional measures. And that has to grate on the court. They can't like the fact that this august body, the supreme legal body in the world, the International Court of Justice, 3 times, January, March, and May, indicated provisional measures, and Israel ignored them. So I think there is a reasonable prospect that they will find Israel guilty of breaching the 1948 Genocide Convention.
If it is headed up, or at least populated with these members that you consider to be crooks, where does that leave the prospect of getting true international justice? Where does that leave the world in terms of having a body on...
As I said, in the International Criminal Court, lost cause. Karim Khan is pitiful. I think that's pretty obvious.
He put his neck out, though.
For the sake of the audience, I don't want them to get confused. Karim Khan is the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. He put his neck out because it was becoming absurd that they reacted in a blink of an eye after Russia went into Ukraine. The ICJ, the International Court of Justice, had found that Israel is plausibly committing genocide, and the International Criminal Court wasn't doing anything. So it was losing all of its credibility. And so the pressure builds inside there are in the ICC, because I've studied it, there are a lot of decent people working within the administrative side of the court. There are a lot of decent people. So there's the pressure on the inside, and then there's the pressure being exerted from the outside on the court. So, yes, he finally did something. As you know, no point in, I don't want to get into the trivial aspects, but it was unclear the timing of his decision to issue the arrest warrants, because he had the sexual harassment charges weighing on him. And there's a lot of speculation. I've talked to people in the court who said, yes, the timing probably was due to the sexual harassment charges weighing on him. However, that doesn't change the fact that there was already a very formidable case that Israel was carrying out crimes of a significant magnitude in Gaza.
I want to get your take on something that has been put out there too. South Africa is considered pretty brave for having taken on Israel by going to the ICJ with the genocide case. There are those who believe that South Africa is now a target for the USA, and that this whole white farmers issue was a way to kind of punish South Africa, the treatment of Cyril Ramaphosa. What's your view on that?
Yeah, first of all, if I were in the South African delegation, I would be terrified if there was even one skeleton in my closet. You know, those folks, beginning with the senior member, John Dugard. I know Professor Dugard, a really impressive guy. You know, he's 89 years old. And he was kind of like, had an uneasy gait as he came up to the podium. I don't want to sing his praises because it might sound sycophantic, and that's not my nature. But he was the lawyer for the Nelson Mandela family when Mandela was in jail. He was Bishop Tutu's lawyer, and he's a white South African. I should have clarified that. He's a white South African. And the Israelis have always had him in their crosshairs because he was the UN Special Rapporteur for the occupied territories. And if you read his reports, they were really meticulous. They were very impressive. So I'm thinking to myself, that guy must have been a saint in his life because otherwise the Israelis would have destroyed him. And it's a large delegation, as you remember. I think it's about 7 people. So far there have been no cracks. So far.
I spoke with the former South African ambassador to the US, Ibrahim Rasool, while I was in South Africa recently. And he said, the idea was that South Africa feels the obligation, having been through apartheid, having seen extremes when it comes to situations for oppressed people, to stand up and support the idea of true diplomacy and speak out. Of course, he was expelled as a result from South Africa. So it seems at least there is maybe the starting of a movement that might question the world order in that way.
It's a step, but it's a long... Look, Mao Zedong once said, former head of the Chinese Communist Party, so in the history of the Chinese Revolution, there's the famous story of the Long March, which I think was 6,000 miles, when the Chinese communists were being encircled by the nationalist forces. And Mao Zedong famously said to traverse, I think it's 8,000 li, L-I, if my memory is right. To traverse 8,000 li, you have to take the first step. And so South Africa took, in my forthcoming book, I devote a large portion of the introduction to honoring the South African delegation. I sent it to Professor Dugard, and he thought I was over the top. But really, it was a riveting moment. I was sitting in front of my computer screen watching it. I showed it to my class because I was teaching a course in the laws of war. It was a riveting moment when the South Africa, it wasn't just a court case, because the South African delegation, it really was a rainbow delegation. It was old white men like John Dugard and Professor Lowe. I think he's from Oxford. It was African men, South African men, a South African Indian woman, and then there were South African white men. But it was a beautiful projection of the future. So it's a first step, just like the victory of Zoran Mamdani.
I'm going to ask you about that in a moment, but let me get back to some of the things that are happening now currently. Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq, and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan. It took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the U.S. invasion of Iraq. And he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say it while it was actually going on.
Just difficult for him to do so.
Yeah. Well, if it's difficult for you to do so, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have that option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, you know, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
One quirky little thing, Professor, is that there's been discussion of the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, of course, Barack Obama was granted the Nobel Peace Prize quite controversially in some circles in 2009 when he became president.
It's just the wokeness.
Yeah, well, I was wondering
everyone wants to show how woke they are, and he's the grand beneficiary of wokeness.
What about Donald Trump, though? It seems he might have his eyes set on it. If he was to solve the situation, say, between Iran and Israel, or say between the Palestinians and Israel, does he deserve a Nobel Peace Prize?
Look, Henry Kissinger got a Nobel Peace Prize. Probably one of the, you know, he's got to be up there in the top 5 mass murderers of the 20th century. Menachem Begin got a Nobel Peace Prize, a mass murderer. And you can go down the list. I've already forgotten. So
I should point out, you always give your opinion. Your opinion is pretty strong.
Well, if you ever read, for example, there's a very large book, volume by Seymour Hersh. It's called The Price of Power, Henry Kissinger and the Nixon White House. And it's about 800 pages. And I think it's accurate to describe in about each page, another 1,000 people are dead because of Kissinger. You know, it's not fashionable anymore to say it. Professor Chomsky used to call Henry Kissinger in the 60s the doctor of death. 4 million people were killed in Southeast Asia by the United States. That's not a small number. 2 million Vietnamese. But that was a horror. That was the defining experience of an entire generation.
So the Nobel Peace Prize has no real value in your eyes?
It seems to be pretty good at pinpointing who are the main mass murderers of each generation. So I don't attach any significance to it.
Is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, I mean, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, you know, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps, with Iran and Israel. You know, the references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is he, I mean, is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to. He's a narcissist, and so everything is contingent on his ego.
But with him not being a politician, some say he might actually achieve the things that the old guard might not.
I just think this is kind of ridiculous. There were obvious ways to resolve, for example, the Israel-Palestine dispute. The U.S. stood in the way. The U.S. blocked it. The U.S. went along with Israel's opposition to an independent Palestinian state. I'm talking now, the goal of an independent Palestinian state dates back, believe it or not, to the early 70s. The PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, had already agreed to it. There was a solution on the table for already a half century.
That's what I'm saying. It's historic, and perhaps someone who's not historically a politician might have some sway in it. You don't think? If he's a maverick they're scared of, maybe they'll have to step down and listen a little bit. I'm throwing it out there. You don't see it?
No, because Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. And I think people are look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments. Did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You know, you can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. You know, the intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. So yes, there is, let's just call it an information gap separating Obama. I said Obama, but remember, Obama just read the briefings. Now, just as a factual matter, a historical footnote, Jimmy Carter, was breathtaking in his mastery of the facts in any situation where he commented. If you look at the record of Carter preparing for what was the original Camp David in 1977 with Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin, his mastery of detail was breathtaking.
It's ironic he's not remembered as a good president by many Americans, isn't it?
Yeah, he actually was the most competent of the modern presidents. Him and Lyndon Johnson. Clinton was a voracious reader. He wasn't as disciplined as Carter, but he knew public policy. He had the concentration. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer in that Oval Office somebody who's hyper competent or hyper incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, that was a very funny remark.
Will the academic world recover, Professor, from the hit it's taken that you described? It's come so heavily under attack. I think it's largely unprecedented, it seems. Do you see it recovering? And what does this do for students who look for some kind of guidance and leadership through the educational institutes?
Well, right now there's a reign of terror in the U.S. institutions of higher education, universities and colleges. There's a reign of terror. I've been reading the Harvard reports on anti-Semitism at Harvard. It's completely bogus.
Well, we talked about it before last time about the weaponization of the term.
Yeah, but if you look, the report is interminable. I'll tell you a funny story. I read the report once. It's I have it sitting right over there. I read the report once about a month and a half ago. And now I'll be speaking in New York with two people who I respect very much on July 17th, I think. And I have to reread the report. So I sit down, and it's very hot in my apartment because I don't have air conditioning. It was 100 degrees yesterday and the day before. So I'm reading the report, and the way I had organized the pages, it's not worth going into. So I'm on page 131, 132, 133, 154, and then I didn't realize I was reading it again. I had just read it the day before, but I was reading 131 again, 132. I had just read it the day before. It's so boring. It's this navel gazing.
What's the ultimate goal?
What cosmic, every thought that a Jewish student at Harvard, every thought has to be recorded for eternity. I really don't care. Okay, you're smart. I get that. You're in Harvard. You're probably very smart. I'm not going to take it away. But you know what? You're 20 years old. I really don't give a flying fig what you have to say about anything. I really don't. I know there were some people who were very smart at 20. Okay, I'll grant that. I grant Bach. I would listen to his music even when he was at 6 years old. Mozart when he was 20. Okay, I'll grant that. But I really don't care about every single thought about how our Harvard students feels they're afraid here and uncomfortable here. Guess what? 90% of humanity feels afraid and uncomfortable every minute of every day of their lives. They feel hungry. They often don't have roofs over their heads. So if somebody said something at Harvard College that made you feel afraid, unwelcome, these are the words they use. We felt unwelcome, uncomfortable. We felt afraid. You know what? I don't really care.
What is the goal of all these attacks, though?
The goal is very simple. The goal is to silence any criticism of Israel. It was perfectly obvious what the goal was. Bill Ackman, who is a Harvard alumnus, he's married to an Israeli pilot from the Israeli Air Force. She's a trophy wife. If you juxtapose the two in a picture, it's not difficult to figure out what's going on. So I'm sure his wife, I don't like euphemisms, but you get the idea. She implored him and made her love conditional on him turning the screws on Harvard. So he had contributed $50 million to Harvard. He's a hedge fund manager, a billionaire, Bill Ackman. There was one person who had contributed $200 million to Harvard. Another person had contributed $300 million to Harvard. That's money. No, it's true. Harvard has an endowment of $60 billion, but it's still money. And then all the Jewish alumni put together a petition. At the last, it was a long time ago now, it was about 1,200 names. Now I'm sure it's much longer, threatening to withhold alumni contributions. So it was taking Harvard hostage. It was extortion. Either you crush the encampments or you're not getting alumni money. You're not getting alumni contributions. And then it's true, again, Trump is a menace. It's true. So when he came into office, he expanded the target. Originally, the target was the encampments, the Middle East studies programs, Harvard. There were sympathetic voices at Harvard Medical School, Harvard Divinity School, and the Harvard School of Public Health. And they came under concerted attack now because of the threats of withholding alumni money. When Trump comes in, he broadens the target to all of these woke courses, in sexuality, ethnic studies, women's studies. He broadened the target because, first of all, a lot of those courses, they are garbage. You have to be honest about those things. Those courses are unserious. They're just woke courses with social justice warriors carrying on like little Stalins and threatening everybody with being canceled if you don't toe the party line. So President Trump had an easy target because a lot of those courses didn't belong in a curriculum. A lot of the reading lists were ridiculous. He took advantage of it. But it didn't begin under him. And right now, it is, I would say, I think everybody is walking on eggshells.
But do you see any kind of backlash against the right rising? We've seen Zohran Mamdani just won the New York City Democratic primary on a socialist platform. He could become the city's first Muslim mayor. How much of a turning point is that? And what does it indicate of where things might go?
Well, I want to I belatedly, because I was caught up in Gaza and then I was caught up with Iran more recently. So I only belatedly got active in Mamdani's campaign. I was out there all of the week preceding. I went out every day knocking on doors and
so you're encouraged. You're encouraged.
First of all, I want to just correct you on one point. Not correct you. I want to amend what you said. Nobody. I don't think one volunteer. He had 50,000 volunteers by the end. It was 36,000, but then I started hearing a figure 50,000. Let's go 36,000 because I know that's accurate. He had at least 36,000 volunteers who knocked, the estimate is, on 1.5 million doors. It was a huge campaign. For you guys in the room, to try to count to the number 1 million, if you start now and try to count, it'll take you 3 weeks. Knocking on 1.5 million doors, it's a lot. Let's say in a building like mine, because I did it, you have to wait for somebody to let you in the building before you could start knocking on doors. You could do in 3 hours, you know how many doors you can get? I'm serious, about 20. So to have knocked on 1.5 million doors, it's quite a feat. What I wanted to say, I met the volunteers. I met them. They were a very narrow age cohort, about 25. I actually saw very few people who were even 30. I mean, between my age and the next person, you could fit the Himalayan mountains. There was So I don't believe one person, I'm going to tell you this, I don't think one person volunteered for him because he was Muslim.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
I know everybody's casting it because they're all into these identity politics. They didn't vote for him. They didn't support him because he was a Muslim, because he presented a radical program to transform our city. Nobody cared that he was Muslim. So every time I hear these people, democracy now, first Muslim president, New York Times, first Muslim president.
I think it's because of the general Islamophobia that's been built up.
No, I think it's because of identity politics. They look at it through it was a class program. This was a clear-cut class struggle. The billionaire class, the Ackmans who I mentioned, the Bloomberg gave $8.3 million. The real estate industry, he was outspent, Mamdani, 30-1. It was 30 million. They say 25, but then there were these hidden PACs, super PACs. It was about 30 million versus Mamdani raised 1.2 million. You know, it was the Bernie Sanders candidacy, but on a local level. Bernie Sanders, every night he hammered away the billionaire class, big pharma, Goldman Sachs. And this was on a local level. But as one person put it, a big donor, the real estate, Reckler is his name. He said, what's going on here? New York City is the capital, the world capital of capitalism. The world capital of capitalism. We're not letting Mamdani, a socialist, we're not letting him in City Hall. This was a class struggle. It had nothing to do with his identity.
Fine.
If he had been white and he was clever as Mamdani is, it would have been a white candidate, Jewish, anything.
So having established that, let me get back to my first point or the question. What does this bode for the future?
Well, it's the first step in a long march. It's going to become brutal now, between now and November. It's, to my thinking, it's pretty obvious what they're going to do. They want to knock out they want one candidate. They want to coalesce under around one candidate. So then, right now, you have Curtis Sliwa in the Republican Party. You have Eric Adams, the current mayor, a crook of a very high order. You have possibility of Cuomo running. And if you have those three, it'll split the opposition vote. So they're going to get rid of Sliwa, give him a few bucks, a total prostitute Sliwa. Get rid of Adams, probably give him, a few free trips to the Caribbean. And then, or they may get rid of, or Cuomo may decide from pride he's not going to do it, in which case they're already talking about a coalescing around Adams. So it'll be down to 2. The vote against Mamdani won't be split. It'll be down to 2. And then it will be full blast the smear campaign. It will be full blast the smear campaign. The biggest error that Mamdani could commit, he's a very smart guy. He doesn't need my advice, but I'm going to offer it. Don't do what Corbyn did. When he started getting smeared with the anti-Semitism charges, first by the British Board of... Jeremy Corbyn, excuse me. First by the British Board of Deputies, and then by the whole ruling elite, from Sky News to the BBC, from The Guardian to the tabloids. They used and Corbyn kept trying to appease them and placate them, making one concession after another. That's never going to work. You will never placate them, even if you get on your hands and knees. And beg. It's not going to happen. So my strong advice to Mr. Mamdani is don't try to appease. On his election night victory speech, he said, I know that there are a lot of people who feel uncomfortable with certain of my views. He said, and we know who he was alluding to. And he said, I will stick by my principles. I will stick by my convictions. But he said, I'm ready to listen to the concerns of the other side. I, of course, like the first part, I worried about the second part.
The confession.
Yes, yeah, because I'm for listening. Of course, you should always listen. But is that opening a door? You know, if he opens the door, A, he can never appease them, and B, his base will disintegrate because they'll see another guy selling out.
We're going to have to watch that race, obviously, very closely, especially with your prediction. As we kind of wrap this up, and I have to say, Professor, I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views, your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks?
Well,
is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views and they're very strong, and it makes me wonder: how have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, I mean, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, might be in your position. Please, Riz.
Riz, brace yourself. I never had a job. I never could find employment. I did what you call, in the United States, it's called adjuncting. It's part-time work. You know how much I earned most of my life on a yearly basis living in New York, except for a temporary period in Chicago for 6 years. It was between $15,000 and $25,000 a year. That's correct.
That's tough.
I never had a job. I'm just speaking factually. My life is over. The longer,
certainly not in the terms of your visibility.
I didn't, quote unquote, I didn't get away with it. I paid a price. I was willing to pay that price, and I have no regrets about it. Of course, I can be self-pitying. And I can be bitter, which I have been. Not anymore, because it's over. But I never had a job. Now, just to give you a few trivial examples, okay? I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, an Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard, she wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, okay, academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own.
Well, perhaps the way things have been going in recent history, people will pay a lot more attention because it's going to be a time everyone's wondering that how it will be remembered in history.
Well,
we shall see.
Guess what? That happened October 7th. Gaza was everywhere for 20 months. The book was never mentioned. Never. It received 2 reviews. One in the Journal of Palestine Studies and another in this tiny little periodical called something like Middle East Affairs. Nothing. Now, it is true, because of my knowledge of the subject and the miracle of the social media, I have a real media presence now. If I walk on the subway, walk down the street, large numbers of people recognize me. Have I been on one national television program, national radio program? Have I been on one in the United States? One? No. Not one. In the UK, I was on that program called Morning Joe. I was on that program once, and the other case was Piers Morgan. Right. Now, Piers Morgan had me on about 8 times, I think, something like that. I'm not going to speculate on why he broke the taboo. But I will say he doesn't challenge me. I've noticed that he will never say to me, "You're wrong," because he knows I'm right. He won't, factually, I mean, he won't agree with my interpretation of the data. Let's say if I say it's not a war, it's a genocide, he'll say, he said for about 15 months that the Israeli attack was disproportionate. That was the term. It wasn't disproportionate. It was not. It was proportionate. It was proportionate to its goal. Its goal was to solve the Gaza question. You have to understand what its goal was. Mm-hmm. If its goal was to defeat Hamas, then you could say it was disproportionate. But if its goal was to commit a genocide in Gaza, it was proportionate to its goal. So we could disagree on those points, but I have to say, he was unusual because that's the only national program. But it's the miracle of the web. You take a interview by me with him, then they chop it up into 10,000 pieces and they make it on TikTok. So it looks like, people call me up. You must be so busy. So many people must be calling you. I say, as a matter of fact, nobody's called me.
Well, I'm glad you did.
I told Piers Morgan, or his the person who works for him, I said, actually, I have a lot to say in Iran. And I know a lot because I taught the Non-Proliferation Treaty. I've studied it. I've studied the International Court of Justice ruling on nuclear weapons. I'm not busy at all. Nobody asked me, including him. Nobody asked me to be on. I think it's an optical illusion, what you're referring to. I paid by conventional standards. Nelson Mandela spent 28 years in jail. Martin Luther King was killed at age 39. Malcolm X was killed at age 39. And you can go through the list, okay? So I did not experience a martyrdom. And I will not lose sight of that fact. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job. I don't mean at a major university. I don't even mean at a middle-level university. I applied to universities in the backwoods of the South because actually I thought it would be nice to teach there. The good side of the web I talked about already. The bad side of the web is they don't look for references anymore. No schools ask for references. They just Google your name. And so you Google my name, you'll have 30,000 websites saying I'm a Holocaust denier. You'll have 30,000 websites saying I'm a supporter of terrorism. And it's over. It's over. Even if they were willing to go through each of these websites to see whether it's true. Does anybody want to have the burden of me in the faculty? You know, no. So I did pay a price by conventional standards. And B, if it looks like I'm omnipresent, and if I have high facial recognition now, it's a kind of an optical illusion. It's 2 or 3 interviews which have been chopped up into 10,000 pieces, and they're all over the web. Just to give you an example, so I was on with Lex Friedman, and I debated Professor Benny Morris from Israel, and this thing called Destiny, right? So with Destiny, it came out mostly to name calling because he's a moron. You know, I can't fix that. I can't repair that fact. It's in his DNA. So that debate lasted about 3 hours. It was 3 hours, 3 or 5. You know, I can't remember now. It was 3 or 5. In any event, there are 10,000 videos now out there of me calling Destiny a moron. And each video, each one, has 1 million hits. Everybody, I saw you with Destiny. That was so funny. That was so funny. So it gave me a name. Like the other famous one was in Waterloo, Canada. It was like something like 2003, where this woman is crying about, I make them feel so bad when I say that Israelis are carrying on like Nazis. And I said, please stop with the crocodile tears. Okay? So whenever I'm in any Arab country, I can be walking down the streets of Amman, Jordan, all right? 10,000 people rush up to me. Crocodile tears! Crocodile tears! You know? I think to myself, I spent my whole life immersed in books, steeped in reports, trying to get all these factual details right. And the only thing people remember of me, the only thing I'll be remembered for is crocodile tears.
Well, Professor, thank you for being so generous with your time today. And it won't be 10,000 pieces, I hope, not that many at least, but it was great to have a chance to see you face to face and to speak with you again. I look forward to next time. Thank you, sir. Well, certainly no punches held back, as ever, from Professor Norman Finkelstein. That's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Please send your comments and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment.
compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Habib, thank you so much for your time. As we know, you've stepped into a leadership role now. What do you miss the most about fighting and being in the cage?
Honestly, almost nothing. Like, I was there a long time, like professional fighter, 12 years. I was on top, I was a champion. I feel all energies. Like, when I miss some competition energy, I just can go to the gym, I can fight some best fighters in the world, you know, and in my weight classes, even above, you know. And for these kind of things, I'm fully good.
And we were just hearing from some of the guys who came before talking about training camp with you and you being their coach, and they said that you just pushed them.
They say I'm nice?
No, they said they were almost dead when you were training them. There was nothing left and you kept on going. You're pushing them to the max.
That's why they are best, because we push limits, you know. We're not here to just compete. I just want that everybody become the champions. They take all belts. And if you want to become the best, you have to train like a best fighter, you know. You don't have choice, you know. When we have so many facilities, so many good opportunity, we just need to train, eat, sleep, repeat, and that's it, you know. That's why I push them to the limit.
They're going to the nightclub. But just a quick one. What keeps you so motivated and so engaged?
Best motivation for me when they happy. You know, I just want they become happy, they become champions, they become successful on this life, and I have this kind of opportunity, and I just want to share with them. This is what keep me on track, if we can say.
And of course, we've got this big fight coming up between Usman and Alfie, obviously happening in Dubai. What's your prediction?
My prediction, Usman have to finish him second or third round. This is what I think.
And you love football. I just wanted to ask one final question on football. Are you still playing football? How's that going? Who's your favourite? Who's going to win the World Cup?
I think Spain or France. I think Spain or France, they both, for my opinion, they both favorites on this. Maybe it's Portugal too, because Portugal have very good young team. Portugal can win, but my two team is like, I think they are not my favorite teams, but I think Spain or France.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.